Random. Noun. A roving motion, course without definite direction, lack of rule or method, chance. Random. Adjective. Having unpredictable outcomes and, in the ideal case, all outcomes equally probable, resulting from such selection, lacking statistical correlation. The flip of a fair coin is purely random. The newspaper conducted a random sample of 500 American teenagers. The results of the field survey look random by several different measures. Random. Adjective. Characterized by or often saying random things, habitually using non sequiturs. A roving motion, course without definite direction, lack of rule or method, chance. Random. Adjective. Having unpredictable outcomes and, in the ideal case, all outcomes equally probable, resulting from such selection, lacking statistical correlation. The flip of a fair coin is purely random. The newspaper conducted a random sample of 500 American teenagers. The results of the field survey look random by several different measures. Random. Adjective. Characterized by or often saying random things, habitually using non sequiturs. You're so random. Reference.
Hello.
Greetings, gentlemen. Welcome back to West Ham Random. Well, how are we? Luke? Sir?
Hello, mate. You all right?
I'm all right, dude. How are you, sir?
Yeah. I am very well.
Good, good. Okay, well, we'll get on to football matters in a moment. And Rhys, yourself, have you recovered from yesterday, mate?
Yeah, I went that bad yesterday.
No, I get you. No, I was, unfortunately. That's why I had to go on to the coke.
You were tired, though.
I was tired, yeah. I'd had very little sleep, and yeah. But hey, you know, it was football day, and
drinking coke after the match.
Yeah. Okay, so while we're on the subject of the match, we might as well cover a bit about it for a few minutes. All right, well, Rhys and I were both there, so thank you. You're covering the comments, thanks, mate. I can't see them.
I am.
Yeah, I've got no glasses on, so I'm having trouble with them.
Good morning, Stuart.
Hi, Stuart. Thanks, James, for joining us as well. I can see your name now. And anyone else who's in the chat. Mr. Walsh, Charlie, good morning to you, sir. Yes, well, so Rhys and I were both in the Bobbymore Upper, weren't we, Rhys? Well, midway up, weren't we? Midway up the stand, as it were. No, it weren't. In fact, it was it was a good seat. I mean, I had good view of everything. Yeah. And it was nice that there were little pockets of people on the 33rd minute standing up and applauding Peach, which was really nice. So we did notice one or two little pockets just sort of around us. So that was nice. We did it. We know that Hammerette did, and a few others that we know of did. So that was lovely. Yeah, but let's get on to game matters. Luke, you might as well kick things off, mate.
From the stadium, was it?
No, is that it? Is it? Oh, hang on, I'll wait till it comes up on the other screen over. There we go. Oh, yep. That's it. That was where we were. So that was a lovely view, I thought. Mind getting them tickets again, if I'm honest.
Definitely.
You know, we've got a guest in the green room, mate. Oh, look who it is. Bless him. Good morning, Mr. Frankel. Or good evening to you, sir.
Oh, no. Just seen him in the chat. Oh, that's annoying. How's it going?
Never not hatted.
Yeah, how's it? Well, no, I mean, I actually just put this on because, look, I'm going really bald. So that's why I tend to put a hat on. I mean, I could, you know, let's change it up a bit. It's all about being West Ham random. So, Rhys, why can't I see you?
Because I haven't got a light on and I'm not wearing a shirt.
Wow.
Fair enough. That's fair enough.
Sounds
I'll
like
put a t-shirt on and I'll put a t-shirt on.
Hi everybody, except for Charlie. Good to see everybody else. I hope you've all had a better day than my awful day. Do you want to hear about my terrible day?
Oh, let's.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Yeah, well, so I get to work and my air conditioning, brand new building that I've bought, construction, this thing's less than a year old, air conditioning isn't working. My office when I left today was 95 degrees, which in English is 36 degrees.
Wow.
Literally sweating my bollocks off. And then at the end of the day, FedEx, this is how messed up FedEx is. Someone decided to phone FedEx and say a package that we sent them 6 months ago, oh, we're not meant to pay shipping. I'm meant to pay shipping. So, yeah, I had a bit of a word with FedEx. I'm like, so you're telling me there's no security? Someone can just phone you and say, oh, I wasn't meant to pay for that. And you just take their word at it and charge it back 6 months ago. And they're like, yeah, I guess so. Anyway, my rant over. The edibles will kick in soon and hopefully I'll calm down.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
But yeah,
so,
go on, Budge. What's up?
Now, all I was going to say was that there was a little game of football happening yesterday, and I just wanted to kind of do a little bit about that first before we go into
I thought
the
Brighton
random stuff.
Win.
Right, come on then, Luke. Kick us off then. What are you saying about the game?
I thought the first 2 minutes, it looked pretty tasty, didn't it? And then Manchester City reverted to
the first 2 minutes, did we, Budge?
So, yeah, we got tied up at the gates. In fact, we went straight through. We didn't have a problem with our tickets. But, you know, other people were having problems and there was a massive queue. We went through Gate J, I believe it was, and even Stell made reference to it in his show earlier that that there's, you know, there was problems with Gate J and that. So, you know, it was pretty naughty. So, yeah, we missed about the first 7 or 8 minutes of the game, didn't we?
Oh, that's crap.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I would say get there on time, is my opinion.
Wow.
But we were there in plenty of time, Luke.
Well, we did.
James,
we did.
James,
yeah.
That's a good comment. So on Jake's show before, I was going on a bit of a rant about having 2 goalkeepers on the bench.
Yeah.
And so James very correctly asks, so what would we have done if Ariola was sent off? Now, I think it's about playing probability. You know, first of all, goalkeepers nowadays, it's almost impossible to get sent off because of that double jeopardy rule. So when you give away a penalty, you know, almost every time the goalkeeper is close enough to the ball that it's not classed as like, you know, a reckless red card challenge. So
right.
I think the chance of it happening would have been incredibly slim. But look, who isn't excited when 2 goalkeepers get injured in a game and you have to bring on an outfield player? Everyone remembers when it happens. Like it's the most fun thing ever. And personally,
didn't even Bobby Moore do it one time?
Alvin Martin, didn't he? I think he went in once.
Yeah.
We had who was it? Chris Cohen. Chris Cohen went in goal for us. What? But like, You remember those games because they're so much fun. So, in my opinion, make it mandatory you're only allowed one goalkeeper on the bench. You know? And then if that happens, it's fun for everyone.
Yeah, I'll get that. Yes. Hi, Kimmy. Nice to see you. Hi, James. Nice to see you. I hope the kids are watching as well, Kimmy. Hello to Alistair and Cody. Guys. Yeah, I agree completely. I think it should be mandatory, only one keeper on the bench. I mean, look what happened. Was it last season or the season before when we had like 2 on the bench, and you know, we were filling the bench up with keepers because we didn't have enough outfield players.
Well, that's what we did again, Butch. This game against Man City, we did the same thing. Both Areola and bloody Randolph were on the bench.
I didn't realise Randolph was on the bench, to be honest with you.
That's why we were talking about it, saying how it's such a waste of space when an academy, and we literally only had one defender on the entire bench. You know, who was actually.
Yeah, but in fairness, that didn't cost us the game, did it?
No.
I'll tell you what. I've heard the name Cancelo. I think yesterday was the first time I really looked in because against Bowen. I think Cancelo is better than Bowen. He was just brilliant.
Oh, he's excellent. He's a right back. I mean, he's a left back.
Hello, James. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, gentlemen. You know what I mean? Just don't do late night Twitter spaces. That's what I say. But carry on while I sort my mic out and everything.
And also, one thing I would say, and I will say it now, and I'm not making an excuse because it's the same for Man City, but by God, I wouldn't have liked to play football yesterday at the London Stadium. How hot? Was it 32 degrees pitch side? I mean, nuts to that. Playing against a team that just...
Well, I've literally just been at work all day in higher temperatures than that, so I don't give a crap.
Yeah, but you're not running about, are you?
You ever tried plastering in 32 degrees?
It's not my job, is it? If it was my job to do it, fair enough. But I don't get paid to play football. I leave that to some other friends.
Last time you ran about in the heat, you died. So probably best not. You know what I mean?
I keep my exercise to air-conditioned spaces now.
Yeah, it's probably a smart move.
How are you, Charlie? You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right. I was just sitting editing, and then Adam Frankel came on the screen, so I felt like someone needed to tell him he's an idiot. Do you know what I mean? Because no one else is going to do it, so I felt like I should just call him a prick. But then apart from that, I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Budgie?
I'm all right, mate. Yeah, I'm all right. Just obviously disappointed with the result of having lost a game, but on the same token, you know, we did just play against probably the best squad of players that's ever been amassed. You know what I mean? They've got to be right up there with the best that's ever been put together, ever. And, you know, that is probably something like £1 billion worth of talent there on the bench as well. You know, so, you know, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous to try and compete. If anybody can compete against them this year,
yeah, and as I was saying to you yesterday, Budgie, and I'll text you as well, Charlie, like, that was 2 or 3 seasons ago, that'd have been 5 or 6, you know what I mean?
Easily.
But
we
lost obviously,
there weren't any great performances from anybody, really. I mean, I think, you know, Schumacher coming on, showing us a little bit of what he's capable of was a shot in the arm for us all. I think that was deliberate. I don't think he was going to be playing, but until I think David Moyes had that as an afterthought. Hang on, it might give the fans a little shot in the arm. Let's have a look, see what he can actually do. Do you know what I mean? He's already seen it in training for the last 2 weeks, so he's probably sort of tried to give us a little glimpse of what he can do under a match scenario. So, I mean, other than that, it really was, you know, a team full of players that were lacking desire, in my opinion. That's what it was. I think they were beaten before.
I don't think we could have done anything differently. Like, I think it was just tactics. I think it really was just a tactical issue. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the players worked hard enough or anything like that. But realistically, you look at it and you say, well, if we had moved different players around or done something differently, would it have changed things? No, not really. I'm the person who caught flack last season for saying we're a more one team league than the Bundesliga. So I'm not exactly going to sit here and get pissed off by getting beat by that team. But I think tactically we usually there was a criticism of David Moyes a year ago that said that he got overawed and gave big teams too much respect. And I didn't agree with that because I think by and large playing counter-attacking football is the right thing to do against those big teams for a team like us. It's just the smart thing to do. Like Man City rock up, try and play counter-attacking football against them. But having said that, I think that was the first time where I actually felt like it was kind of true. At halftime, I literally sat there and thought, well, what do we do? And the answer was we either carry on doing exactly what we were doing or we try and give them a little bit of something. We try and go for it a bit. And the answer was we did exactly what we did. And it sucks. I'm not disappointed by it. I'm not angry by it. It just sucks.
But are we ready though, Charlie?
It's the same thing as I've said to you before. I don't think you can ever be ready. I think you just have to go. There's no options about it, Man City, it was well documented, had 2 preseason friendlies or whatever it was and spent the rest of their time training because they decided to do what they did with their time, I think when you say, are we ready? Well, we lost our centre-back. We lost another centre-back. Another one wasn't playing for whatever reason. Now he's leaving. Our striker wasn't ready because we spent so long trying to chase him. Like there's so many mitigating factors around it. The point is that 10 out of the 11 players who started that game also played in the last one. It wasn't anything to do with being ready. Tactically, we decided to do what we were going to do, and there was no... Unless we scored in that opening 5-minute period that Budgie unfortunately missed, where we were actually quite good. Unless we scored in that moment, then the game was always going to go how the game went. It doesn't really make a difference whether we're ready or not.
I think actually losing Fabianski may have had a bit of a psychological effect on the team as well, though.
I don't feel I got to disagree with Charlie when this is about defenders and all that. I've had this debate on Twitter over the last 2 nights on Spaces and things like that, talking to a lot of fans. Now, for me, Issa Diop was a no-brainer. He didn't want to be here, right? And basically, Issa wanted out, and Moyes didn't want him. So that's one of them out the way. Bonner is not the same player as he once were. Like I've seen him live this year, and he looks fucking nowhere near it. Like, I don't think this man gets his fitness up anywhere from now till probably October, and that's me being as honest as I can be. And then you weigh it up. The Aguerd injury is unlucky, and the Dawson injury. Dawson was carrying an injury last year, so it's not like we haven't needed a centre half at this club. Like as soon as Aguerd goes down, we all know that we need a centre half.
To an extent. I mean, the thing is, if Dawson and Zuma play that game, it's a different scenario. I think David Moyes would. I think there would be more of an. I would be more angry at David Moyes for not going for it if we had Dawson in the team, for example. If we had it was him and Zuma, because that way, like Frank, I'll be honest with you. When Ben Johnson was announced as a centre back, I was shitting myself. I was terrified. I know we've had conversation, James, about how much you can put on preseason, and I don't think that much. But that doesn't mean I haven't thought about the fact that I think he's been quite poor in preseason and gone, fuck, shit. And
it's
I
think
to some extent, yeah, exactly. And I think to some extent, David Moyes would have been even more hesitant to step away from that defensive first formation to try and have a go when we've got an even weaker defense than we usually would. But again, I think, you're always talking about, for example, how much, and when I say you, I mean James, for everyone, we're always having the same conversation about needing to invest in all of these different positions and needing a left back and needing a winger and needing an attacking midfielder and needing a central defensive midfielder and needing all of these other things. I 100% get why David Moyes wouldn't go out and spend on a centre back if he could get away with not doing it when we need so many things. In his opinion, in your opinion, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter. I think there is an argument to be said that would be a waste of money. Regardless of what happens with Issa Diop or not, I think you could make an argument that would be a waste of money when you're like, right,
make
well,
an argument that you talk forever.
Yeah, but sharp ad. Adam, genuinely though, do you think that we should go and spend that money on a centre back? Because I feel like it's a waste of money, to be honest with you.
I think back to the game. I actually think he's set up well. I think Man City, we have lost games and won games where we have allowed the opposition way more opportunities to score than we did yesterday. Like, we restricted the best team in the country to very few goal scoring opportunities.
They only had 2 on target, as far as I'm aware.
Exactly.
Can I just say about Man City? The difference between Man City when we drew 2-2 was they looked toothless in and around the box. This Haaland fella, he looks like the absolute real deal. You give him a sniff.
That's the truth.
He's put one finish in and he scored a penalty. I mean, I think the praise is coming a little too early. It's Liverpool. He missed a goal that my mum could have scored.
Yeah, but
he walked off. He walked off when he was substituted. It looked like Bigfoot was trudging off. He's absolutely ginormous. He's fast. He's agile. In this league, he is going to score an absolute ton.
Yeah, well, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, with the players around him that he's got around him as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying. From last season, Man City in and around that box didn't have that. But now, this guy, I mean, we lost 2-0. I don't know who they play next, but I think they might be playing Bournemouth soon. Bournemouth might get a humping.
Listen, I'm not worried about Manchester City. I couldn't really care. The only thing I'm more interested in is how bad we was and how we're going to sort of go to Forest on Sunday and turn in a masterclass performance, because we're going to need to, especially at the City.
Yeah, but it's a totally different setup. Like David Moyes' tactic against Man City, like Charlie unfortunately said, because I really
I was about to say, I unfortunately agree with Adam in this instance.
The fact is, he set up for a counter-attack. He set up defensively because a draw against them is great. Against Nottingham Forest, tactically, we are a totally different team, and we are going to bring the game to Nottingham Forest. So I think we can't really make a judgment until we've seen that. But the good thing, let me disagree with the last thing, Luke, before you one final.
Sorry, mate.
The great thing about playing Forest next is that we as fans get to see both of David Moyes' setups. We get to see how he sets up against the best and how he sets up against potentially the worst. And then we'll be better off judging him at that point.
Yeah. And what is the setup next week, Adam?
I mean, tactically, we're just not defending like we did against Man City. We're going to be pressing. We're going to be taking the ball. We're going to have a lot more possession. And so we're going to use that possession in the attacking areas.
I think both Rhys and Souček were given sort of defensive responsibilities yesterday, and they were told, you travel forward if you can, but stay back as much as you can. Exactly. Because they knew that the City were just going to be at it. I mean, look, I went to that game. All right, okay, I might have predicted us to win 2-1. That was very optimistic of me. But at that point, I had never watched Haaland play. I didn't want to watch him play until this game. And, unfortunately, he proves to be exactly what people are saying he is, guys. I'd hate to admit it, but the man's the real deal. He has got everything it takes. And, we saw a little of that yesterday. And as others have said, I'm glad that game is over. We've only got to play them one more time this season in the league. So, let's put that behind us. Last season, we drew against them, we lost against them, and we beat them. So
I just think it's Forest. I wouldn't be surprised if Moyes does exactly the same thing, because a Forest will be at home. They'll be excited. They'll try and charge us, and Moyes will just say, "Well, we'll just pick them off on the counter attack."
Yeah, and not only that, Lingard will have a point to prove, so he's going to have to be nullified as well. Because let's not get past the point. He is a dangerous player.
I'm not disagreeing necessarily with everything you're saying, but this is a Forest side who had less XG in their first game than we did against Manchester City. And listen, I'm not going to sit here and bring out all of the stats, but when we had more against Manchester City than they did, it's not the same at all. It's not even in the same realm.
Yeah, but
it's like facing Bayern Munich and then the next week facing, I don't know, Mainz. It's a completely different kettle of fish.
Even you can admit though, Charlie, they are going to be up for it on Sunday.
But they're always up for it. They were up for it the first game back they've had in the Premier League for years. It's not that different, I think I think
it's different. That's it,
respectfully to all of us in here, I think West Ham fans care about Nottingham Forest significantly more than Nottingham Forest care about West Ham. We care about it because of the Jesse Lingard thing. I think they're just like, oh my God, we're back in the Premier League. That was a huge, huge, huge game for them, for a lot of their players. The first time a lot of them have ever played in the Premier League, the first time the club's been back in the Premier League for a long time. That's a massive deal. And they went up against Newcastle and were dominated, completely and utterly dominated. Now, I'm not saying they're going to put in the exact same performance they did against Newcastle. That's not what I'm saying. But equally, I don't think we can look at the Manchester City game and go, oh, we're screwed when we face Forest because they're going to be great. It's well, they've got so many new players in their team. I don't know. The one thing I will say is continuity does help. And the fact that we've not got that many new signings in is probably more beneficial in that sense than it would be for Forest. I don't know. I think I'm not that scared. I can't lie to you. I'm not sitting here saying we're going to batter them, but I'm not sitting here going, oh my God, we're in a huge problem right now.
If we don't get the right result next week, how will you assess it then, Charlie? Because I think we have to go there and win. If we're going for top 6, top 7,
we're not going for top 6. We're not going to get a top 6.
I think top 6. Why won't we get top 6, Charlie?
Because
he's a fake West Ham fan whose mission in life is to distract West Ham fans from watching the game. That's why.
My man has a Man City shirt and he's accusing me of that. Because there's 6 better teams than us, frankly. All of the top 6 are better than us.
Manchester United ain't, Charlie.
Manchester United, Eric Ten Hag.
The worst season forever, and they still finished above us.
No, this is going to be their worst season. Ten Hag must be a secret agent. They literally have the worst unrest in any dressing room in the Premier League, and they're trying to bring Arnautovic.
The Arnautovic thing is mayhem. The Arnautovic thing I adore because it is pure chaos.
I mean, it must be a secret agent paid by someone to destroy the club.
Man City's owners, probably.
Because it is literally the last thing they need right now is an Arnautovic. I don't think they're going to finish.
I'll tell you who else who plan to see it for them after Arnautovic. Probably Charlie Adam or something, isn't it?
Something ridiculous. I've got to ask this though, Charlie. Yeah, out of the top 6, they are the ones that can be got at Manchester United.
Yeah, sure. They're the worst, but they're not going to be got.
I don't know, Charlie. I don't know. I look at them and I think it's very toxic there. Ronaldo thing is hindering them. Do you know what I mean? Yesterday I watched that game and they got outplayed by Brighton, and Brighton's our next home game. Manchester United are a good side, but they're not as good as they once were. And I think we are a good side in spells, but it's consistency with us. If we go consistently well through the season, we will finish above Man United. There's no choice about it.
This is also.
I've got friends who are Man United fans who genuinely wouldn't allow me to bet that West Ham will finish higher than them. They already are convinced that they will finish below us.
Yeah, sure. But I have friends who are Man United fans who, when they go up against League 2 opposition in the cup, you're not wrong. They go up against League 2 positions in the cup and they go, oh my God, we're going to lose. It's like, sure, whatever, man. You're Manchester United, chill out. This is also a Manchester United team who lost 4-0 last season to Brighton and again, still finished above us. It's not... it's a different kettle of fish. We're not going for top 6. The thing that we need to be focusing on really is being the best of the rest.
Hey,
And
Charlie,
look, whether
how
or not
about we have a bet? If West Ham finish above Man United this season, you have to get a West Ham shirt with Frankel on the back. And if Man United finish above us, I have to get a West Ham shirt with Walsh on the back.
100% easy money.
No, not Walsh. A top lad.
The easiest money I've ever. The easiest. Well, it's not money, but the easiest thing I've ever won in my life. Yes, deal. 100%. 100%.
No, wouldn't you be better to get Hugel on the back?
Listen,
I'd rather put Charlie's name on the back.
Easy money. Frankel, you know I'm not a betting man as well. That's the easiest money.
Or Kane. Kane 9.
What does that
actually, that wouldn't be funny. That would not be funny, Luke. I would not enjoy watching somebody wearing a West Ham shirt with Kane's name on the back of it. No, that wouldn't be funny at all.
Sorry.
But yeah,
sorry,
but that's a good bet. That's a good bet. I like that.
What do you think, Budge, on Man United? I look at Manchester United, and I've spoke to a lot of people, for the spaces and everything, and a lot of people are saying that 6 is open for us. The door is open there. And I agree with what Frankel said. It's very toxic at Manchester United at the minute.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm no expert on anything to do with Man United, to be honest with you. But I have got a couple of mates that are United fans, but they're not exactly the most intelligent guys.
You've got Bobby Charlton's hair, Budge.
But the opinion that I have on the stuff that I've seen, heard, and read is that I believe that Man United you can get at them, and we could probably be one of the teams that challenge them for the top 6. We're not going to be the only ones, though, by any stretch. We've got 3 or 4 teams that we're going to be fighting for that top 6. Man United's only one of them. I actually do believe that Newcastle are going to be up and around the top 10 and, fighting for top 7, 6, 7, because I think that they're going to be strengthening even more before this window closes as well.
I was going to ask, when does the window close?
2nd of September, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
So that's 3 weeks.
Oh, second. Yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
I think Man United can be got, and their place in the top 6 can be had, but it's not going to just be us that's challenging for it, James. That's my opinion, mate.
I look at it. If we can get the depth in the side, that's one thing West Ham are lacking at the minute, is the depth. I think we've got, if everyone's fit, raring to go, we've got a good 11, very good 11. But it's the depth, like subs.
But we've got more depth on the bench now than we had last season. There's more options on the bench now for David Moyes because he's brought in some players that he trusts and wants to use. Obviously, that's why he's bought them.
I don't know about that, but there was two substitute goalkeepers on the bench yesterday. Again.
I know, I get that, and that doesn't really sit well with me either. But you've also got to remember that there are, a number of what we would consider to be first team options that are on the injury table right now. So, that wouldn't be an issue if all of our players were fit. We wouldn't have 2 goalkeepers on the bench. It just wouldn't happen.
In terms of, I agree with you. Our bench does now look better, but in terms of depth, as I say, I agree with you. And I've not seen a guard. He could be Rio Ferdinand, and again, Scamacca could be Shearer. But do you think we haven't quite added quality to that first 11?
I agree.
I disagree. I think you've added.
We can't say that until we've had at least 8 or 9 games out of every
I
player.
agree. I agree. I'm speculating, but that
also,
one
the bench,
stellar
also the bench as
signing.
Well, listen, I was at the stadium yesterday and
Also
I
with the
saw
bench.
Skamaka's debut and I was quite impressed with him.
Yeah, he looked good, didn't he?
It was only a 10-minute shot.
Let me just say about the bench. Cornet wasn't even registered, so Cornet will be on the bench if not starting next week as well. So that's another player which could replace one of the goalkeepers on the bench. So it's not,
Again, though, if we've got to play 4-4-2 and our options at left back are Cresswell or Cornet, again, have we missed a trick?
100%, mate.
I think we will have, but it's not. But we've also signed a great striker. We've signed a good goalkeeper. We've signed a good centre back.
And the window is still open.
I've got to disagree. I've got to disagree on that. I really have. And listen, I'm not trying to be like argumentative or nothing, but we've needed a left back, Charlie, for fucking 5 years.
Yeah, you're not going to hear me say differently, but that doesn't mean we haven't done anything else.
Right.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. Look, here's the thing. I like Cresswell. Okay, I do. I like Cresswell probably more than most West Ham fans do after last season. Genuinely, I do. I think he's a decent player, but you're not going to hear me say that. I don't think in the next sort of. I agree with you there because I think he played all right yesterday. But you're not going to hear me say he is not unupgradable. It's not something we should of course be looking at that. I think if you're looking, especially if we're building from the back first, which we seem to be doing because David Moyes is obsessed with defense, left back is definitely the next thing we need.
That comment from Eamon, I think, sums up the way I look at it. They're all upgrades, but they're all upgrades on the players that are gone. Noble's Downs is Noble's replacement. Yarmolenko has left. We brought in Skamaka. They're all upgrades. Ariola's here. Aguerd is Diop's replacement. He was, right? Because let's be honest, if Abona, Dawson, and Aguerd are all fit, we don't need another centre half. So I can understand what you're saying, but to say that like we've needed a striker for fucking ages, and to get one is great, but because we've got one doesn't mean to say we don't need another one and all. Like, I think we need 2 strikers.
You always need more stuff. You always need more stuff. But the idea that the first 11 this season, in ideal, you write down on paper the best 11 is not better than it was last season. I don't think is accurate. I think it is actually better. You always need more. It's the Premier League thing. Gio says this all the time, and if there's one person I hate saying is correct as much as Adam Franco, it's Gio. I hate saying it, right? But the idea of if you are not actively progressing and moving forward in the Premier League, you are going backwards. And I think that is true. Alex Ferguson used to buy it 1 player for this season, 1 player for next season. That was always his philosophy, right? You look at it, you say Skamaka, Aguerd, that's this season. Downs potentially next season. You know, these are all we've been quietly building this thing, but you always need to build. Next season, some players will probably drop off from this season and we'll go, we need to replace those as well. That's just what happens. That's not to say we haven't done enough or we haven't done anything. We have. I think it's an unfair assessment. And listen, you won't hear me say many positive things about David Moyes, but I think we've done quite well in the window so far.
But wouldn't you say though, when you was looking at the summer window, we would all probably have sat around this virtual table, and said, what are the 2 positions that West Ham need straight away? And one of them positions would have been a left back. And
Can I just say, Jimbo, if you and me are sat around a table, it's a fucking big table. You know what I'm saying?
Well, are you trying to sound fat? What I'm trying to say is we would have all probably said a left back is majorly needed at his club, and to not have one.
But what I'm saying is you can't. It doesn't happen all at once. Time is time. You know, we also needed a striker more than we needed a left back. We've gone and we've done that. You know, there's stuff that we needed that we have gone and done. You know, it's not like we've just sat here and gone, well, we needed a left back and we didn't get a left back. No, but we have done all of these other things. Don't get me wrong. I would move differently in the market than David Moyes moves. I don't like the fact that we seem to fixate on a single thing for ages, and then if that comes off, then that's great, and if not, then we move on to something else. He seems to rank players. He seems to rank priorities in terms of players as opposed to positions. For example, he seems to say, right, I really want Jesse Lingard. Then the second Lingard doesn't work, then we go, okay, right, I'm going to go and get a striker now. I'm going to go and get a wing. And it doesn't seem to be like, right, this is my first choice left back signing. If I don't get that, this is my second choice, this is my third. He doesn't really seem to work like that. Don't get me wrong. I disagree with him on that. But I agree. Do we want a left back? Yes. But that's not to say we haven't done things. And I don't think it's a negative to say we haven't got one yet.
If we don't get a left back, I'm going to ask everyone this. If we don't get a left back at this club, how will you assess the window? As in, like, a rating out of 10?
I don't think it matters. I mean, we've got players that can play in that position. I think the more important thing is, at the end of the window, how are we playing? Because, look, we did really well for a season with Antonio playing at right back. Like,
who are the players, Adam, who can play in that position? A left back? Apart from Cresswell.
I mean,
Johnson, Cornet.
Yeah, the Cornet, the new lad. I mean, I wonder how he'd play there. But yeah, you got Ben Johnson. You've got Ashby. I mean, Ashby could do it. Why not? He did well the last time out.
Yeah, Longello's there.
I think we've got some.
There are a number of options, but obviously they're not all first choice options. You know what I mean?
Upgrade.
Yeah, it would. And I do believe that that's David Moyes' next plot. That's his next
That's
move.
why I'm saying, like, yes, of course it would be better to upgrade. But, like, what I'm saying is we can't slam the window just because we didn't get it, because maybe there are other players that can fill that role and we can have a good season. You know, at January or in 2 months' time, when we keep getting exploited down the wing, then we can say, well, look, we all said this, we all saw it, didn't strengthen at left back, and it's really punished us. But, like, I don't know that it will punish us. I know the edible's kicking in as well, if the truth be told. So.
Oh dear. Right. So, anyone else got any comments on the?
Well, my problem with the left, my problem with the left flank, as it were, is on the right flank we've got Bowen, so that's done. And right back, I think Soufal is on thin ice, but I'm quite happy with Johnson there. But the left back, if we're playing Cresswell, and we're not obviously Moyes, let's just say Moyes hasn't got confidence in Ben Rama to play him on the left. Let's just leave it at that. So he's going to play 4 nails on that left bit with Cresswell. If our left flank is Cresswell and 4 nails, then I've absolutely no idea who's. Then therefore,
well, it's
Cresswell
not going to be Cresswell and 4 nails this week, from this week onwards. It's going to be Cresswell and Cornet from now on.
Do you think?
Well, that's what he's building. Well, that's what he's bought him for. He's bought him to play down that left flank. So yeah, of course, that's what I think.
I think he's playing as a left wing back, if I'm being honest. I don't think he's playing left wing. I think he could play left wing.
Sorry.
He can play left wing back, he can play left wing, he can play left attacker. He can do anything down that left side. He'll even play, as a left-sided centre back if you ask him to. He's good enough. Well, I say he's good enough. He's adaptable enough to be able to do that. I actually believe he should just be given a position and stick with it. Like, as you said, like a left wing back or a left winger. I think you should just be told that's your positions. Left wing back or left winger. That's it.
They say about clips is Craig Dawson thing. They say about clips is Craig. I know one of the coaches that are coming in. One of the new coaches. I'm not saying who, but I know one of the coaches that are coming in. Me and Clips have spoken about it. You and Charlie have spoke about it. Oh, cool.
Deckers, why do you do this? You just open him up to let him just.
Is Joan Joan? No offense here, but remember, edibles kicked in. But I've not. Is Joan another one of Charlie's accounts? Like instead of West Ham Clips is now logged in as Joan as well.
No, Joan's actually a person, mate. She comes on. She's a real person, Adam.
Are you sure it's not another one of Charlie Walsh's characters, though? Because
no, it ain't.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm one of Charlie Walsh's characters.
I sometimes wonder if you're one of Matt Groening's characters, actually, Adam.
I'm wondering what these edibles are.
Oh,
They're very good.
Hash brownies and things.
They're just little gummies.
Oh,
how's the diet going, Frank?
Really good. I'm over 2 stone down.
See? So you're a human being.
Yeah. Yeah, look, here's not gonna, like, I mean, there's still a bit here for sure, but I'm certainly getting there.
Mm.
Oh, Foshizi, sorry, mate. If you vouch, Joan, you're definitely. I love clips as well. There's just a part of me that's scared it's Charlie, which means I can't love clips. So I'm in this like constant dilemma. It's a paradox. I don't really know what to do about it.
Charlie, what did you send Franco in the package, by the way?
I didn't send him anything. I'm not clipped.
No,
all I see is it's a white box. Hey, there's a date, August 20th. It looks very likely that's going to be the last Franklin Pete show. I'm just waiting on his parents to get back to me with a confirmation. But that is when we will see what Charlie Walsh, aka West Ham Clips, has sent me.
Nothing to do with me,
I can't believe I've not opened it, to be honest. It takes a lot of self-control.
Does anyone know when the funeral is? Or
the celebration of life was yesterday.
Celebration of life yesterday.
And in Canada, it's a different scenario to what it is here. In Canada, I believe this is true. The person is cremated and the ashes are taken back to the family afterwards, and then there's no actual funeral service.
Yeah, well, they're having a celebration of life at his local pub. It's in about 2 weeks' time. The owner of the pub is like, because he knew the family well, so he's put on the whole thing. There's they're covering everything. They're not charging anything.
Is that like a wake then?
I got told.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But they're calling it a celebration of his life.
Yeah. So send in some videos to West Ham Random at gmail.com.
All I hope at this celebration of life is they all walk out at different times and leave the venue empty, and then walk in about 4 hours later with chicken wings.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I just need 5 minutes.
I wonder if Luke Legend is one of Charlie Walsh's characters as well.
Oh no, it can't be.
No, to be fair, Luke Legend's has a wife and stuff. I've got zero chance of that sort of stuff. You have to be real about it.
Well, you've got zero chance of having a wife.
Success!
There you go. Proof that it's not me. If ever there was one.
That is definitely Charlie Walsh, man.
The least anyone having a wife out of here is me. Let's just get that out there.
Well, I was just going to say, Dex, any train stories today?
No, we're not going midnight train spot. We're not going train spotting at 1 o'clock in the morning today.
Come on,
thank God for that.
There weren't no trains yesterday. Rail replacement bus service in Suffolk. So unless you like buses, there's plenty of them. Yeah.
Well,
no trains about.
Oh no, I missed the train last night though, didn't I, Budge?
Yeah. So after the game, we went and had a couple of beers. We were going to go in the supporters club, but they closed the top half of it for some stupid reason. They let a load of staff go home or something. Night Foe, thanks for joining us, mate.
It was a joke.
Yeah, so we couldn't get in there. So we went back to the Carpenters, had a couple in there, and then we went on to Duke's pub over at Lewisham Arms, and we had a Coke in there, didn't we, mate? Spent a bit of time with Duke, and then got on the trains and went home. But yeah,
how long did it take you both to get home?
Yeah, and I missed my one by like 2 minutes.
It took me about an hour and 10 minutes from Duke's.
Not bad.
From about 3 hours from Duke's.
No, I had to go back into London Bridge to come back home,
Yeah, because I had to go. I commuted to London Bridge, didn't I? Then I got Thameslink through the core up to St Pancras, and that was delayed, so that made me end up missing my train off King's Cross. So I had to wait like another hour and a bit in London.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. This is just great West Ham content, as always, here on West Ham Random.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Only because you don't do no trains, Frankel. No, don't get jealous.
No, we don't have a station here. We only have some, and the only train I care about is the Hogwarts Express, if the truth be told.
So you don't have no trains
See you go to Hogwarts.
Where you are. There's no trains, man.
We don't have trains. Everyone just drives.
So what's the nearest sort of train station then for you? Like, if there was one, there must be one in Texas somewhere.
I think there's like a Dart rail service somewhere. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
There's freight trains and stuff, but yeah. No,
so what, you drive everywhere then?
Everyone drives everywhere. So, hey, Luke, I wanted to ask you, as you're the success story here, I wanted a piece of advice. So what's your wife's name?
Mrs. Luke.
Mrs. Luke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cassandra.
Okay, so what I was going to say, what advice do you think Mrs. Luke would give us? But I mean, I was going to say her actual name, not the fact that it's Mrs. Luke. That sounds weird. But okay. So what would Mrs. Luke's take of the game been?
The game?
Yeah, the West Ham game. I know that we've stopped talking about.
You would say, I'm sorry you lost. I've no interest in football. Can we not talk about it ever again? Please. She's no interest. Win or lose, no interest. It makes for a successful marriage.
Oh, that's good. How many years?
Good question. What year is it now?
2022.
Been married 12 years. Coming up to 13, I think.
Where did you meet?
Where?
Yeah, where did you meet?
In a nightclub in Southampton.
Oh, was Luke busting out shapes? Was he? Like, dude, like...
Oh yeah, well, mate. It wasn't like it was in an Oxfordshire mansion, and she came down in a lovely dress. And I say, that's the woman I'm going to marry. No, it was drunken and.
So basically, did you have one night stand for Luke?
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of her. Here we are. I was too polite to say, please leave me alone.
Look, James thinks he's Eddie Brock now. Look, he's going to turn into Venom in a minute.
I know, mate.
All these questions, mate. Yeah. Oh, dear. I know it's random, but hey, that's just random. So, this week, what do you reckon we're going to be doing about our lineup then? So, do you think Scamacca will get a start, or will he be on the bench?
I think he has to start, mate. If I'm being honest, I think I see enough of him.
I think we all feel that. I think we all feel that he needs to start, but will he? David Moyes.
It's going to be It's going to be as near as damn it, unless there's a fit centre back as the 11 we started with on.
I mean, a good-looking centre-back. Is that Mrs. Luke's opinion or your opinion?
I think that there's two ways of looking at this. You can either look at it and say, do you put Antonio in and, like, if he's fit and leave Scamacca on the bench? Or do you actually unleash Scamacca and go, you know what? You've seen enough of him. Let's see what he's like against Forest. Now, Forest are that poor, which they were the other week. If he can score a goal against Forest, that's going to boost his confidence up even more. And that leads on to Brighton, Villa and Spurs. Do you know what I'm saying? So, for me, I think it's a no-brainer, mate. I think you start this, man. I think you bring Antonio on for 20 minutes and you just swap it around.
Well, do you know what? My next question would have been, should he start with Scamacca up front and then Bowen on the right, Antonio out on the left, and AN other behind Scamacca?
I don't know, because Cornet will be rested.
Who would be the AN other?
I've got a feeling West Ham are playing 3-4-3 on Saturday. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling. I think they're going to play Cornet as a left wing back, Kafau as the right wing back, and maybe if they don't sign a centre half, it'd be Ben Johnson, Zuma, and Cresswell as your three centre halves. I don't know why.
Cornet get a start? on.
I think Cornell's fit. He starts left wing back for me.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't even
Fair
think
enough.
we'll see Maka. I think he'll come on as sub again. I don't think he'll start. And to be honest with you, I probably agree with that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about Nottingham Forest to really deeply talk about the tactics of the situation. But if Skamaka's not 100% match fit, then the smart play is probably just playing him for 20 minutes, maybe introducing him a little bit earlier than we did against Man City, and starting with Antonio if Antonio doesn't have some sort of injury. That's if he's injured, then yeah, you just throw Skamaka into the deep end.
Who's more of the risk, Charlie, for you? Is it Skamaka being half fit, or is it Antonio for you?
Oh, in terms of injury, it's Antonio, but I don't want to put Skamaka in a situation where. I mean, to be fair, there's an argument to be said that the only way to gain match fitness is to play games. So, to be fair, maybe you do just throw him in from the beginning. But I think when we would all quite like a win, playing someone who is completely brand new to the team, completely brand new to the system, way of working, and also not match fit feels counterintuitive.
So with that in mind then, Charlie, would you then perhaps play Skamaka in the midweek under 23 or under 21 game or whatever it is and see what he does there?
I mean, potentially, but if he's not fit, then I'd be concerned he wouldn't be fit enough for the weekend then, but potentially, yeah. I'd think about it.
But what makes you think, though, Charlie, he's not fit? I thought he was all right when he came on against City.
He looked lively.
Yeah, but there's a difference between looking lively and being match fit.
How do you know he's not match fit, you racist?
I don't know how you've managed to get race out of that. Usually your insults are quite cutting.
Because the more races they run, the thinner they will be.
It was more because the fact he literally hasn't played any preseason football whatsoever and has come in and that was his first game.
Charlie, you've been called racist by him. Apparently, I don't exist.
Yeah, but Charlie,
fair.
Charlie, let's put it this way, right? If we was to sign a centre back this week, people would be saying about playing the centre back against Forest.
Yes,
like they would say
if that centre back had matched fitness, then yeah, sure.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so I don't understand with this Skamaka match fitness. I think he's fit enough to play.
How many minutes did he play against Man City?
He played 40 minutes, mate. Come on, the 50th minute, I think it was 52 minutes, something like that.
So let's say 40. He's played 40 minutes of football this season. He didn't have any preseason games whatsoever.
But then you can look at it and say Antonio's only played 50 minutes.
No, but Antonio played all the preseason games.
He didn't play Lens though, Charlie. He was injured.
Sure, one
Lens.
game. I don't disagree with you. That's one game compared to literally none whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is. And Moyes has said it himself. He's not match fit. Like it's not. It just is what it is. Like again, I'm sort of convincing myself by saying the only way to get match fit is to play him, but in a game that we are all talking about being quite important and that we need to win and all this other sort of nonsense, then we have to play the guy who's more match fit. That just makes sense to me.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a question for all you lads. Now, Lanzini the weekend, he was pretty non-effective. Let's just say the least. How do we go around this with him now, like in regards of him and Fornells in the same team? Because I've always said this, I don't believe that him and Fornells can play in the same team together. When they're too similar. And I thought Lanzini just doesn't look like a player who should be starting at West Ham.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you, James. I was laughing at a message I just...
Yeah, I think I just see it.
Yeah, I saw it as well.
No. I'm talking about a message I received personally.
What the hell? This has got to be Rhys. This is. There's only one person that surely it's got to be Rhys. You're frozen on me, Rhys.
I'm still here.
I can't. Can everyone else hear him, or is he like really delayed?
Yeah, there is a bit of a delay on him.
And I'm not talking about the normal delay you just get with Rhys because he is a delayed human being.
Just taking shots at everyone today.
Look, you can do better than that. That is a disgrace to Peach's memory right there. I mean,
bold.
Unreal. He wouldn't stand for that. Never. He'd have been like, my G.
I mean, but you are a mug, though. I think the thing is with Lanzini is he hasn't been good enough for ages. It's not yesterday. He wasn't good enough for all of us. I think, I can't remember what the stat was, but it was something like, someone told me it was, I think he had 4 shots in the entirety of the second half of last season. He barely does anything. He hasn't been good enough for ages. I don't think there's a problem with him in Fornals, although I think you make a good, I think when I've heard you make that argument, James, I think it's actually quite good. But for me, I just don't think he's good enough. He hasn't been for a long time.
Why do you think he starts as our 10, Charlie?
Because David Moyes loves him. He thinks he is a hottie. Realistically, I think there's not really any other options he trusts. David Moyes is someone who plays who he trusts. And Lanzini's the one he trusts. He plays Fornals on the left because he trusts him there. He plays Lanzini down the middle because he trusts him there. What's the other options? He plays Benrahma, who he clearly doesn't trust. Or Vlasic, who he clearly doesn't trust. So it's a process of elimination, really. I think, I would have said we needed a centre attacking midfielder at the beginning of the window. I think I like the idea of Fornals there. If we got a left winger and now we have Cornet, maybe that's the answer. But I think it's been quite clear for a while that Lanzini unfortunately isn't what he once was.
I agree. I see a stat earlier on today. It's funny. 0, all zeros, and the only one he got was he committed a foul against City. That was it. No passing was like non-existent. No attempts, no fucking forward passing. I'll send it. If you go on Twitter, you'll find it.
Yeah, I've seen it as well.
And it's cardio of the week, basically, or something. Like,
it's difficult because he gets put in, I think, because Moyes likes his sort of defensive work rate from that position, and he tends to drop quite deep. And there is, I think, a massive gaping hole when we have someone who basically drops that deep in that position, because you want someone who's going to be able to thread through. Look at De Bruyne, right? De Bruyne drops deep, but he's finding those through ball, and comparing anyone to De Bruyne is unfair, but he's finding those through balls. He's finding the space. He's creating opportunities. He is getting forward, whereas Lanzini gets very deep and likes to dictate play. But when you're playing as a 10 and you're doing that, you're sort of taking the number 10 position out of it. You're basically playing a 4-3-3, and we're struggling to create anything from that position. It's difficult, but I just don't think he's in the current setup. I just don't think he's there for it.
What about you, Budge? What do you think on Lanzini?
Well, I've always, kind of said that I think that technically he's probably one of the most gifted players in our squad at the moment, but he has been less than himself over the last sort of few months. Yeah, agreed. But he's the kind of player that when he turns it on, it's just so good to watch. And he's not a player that I would want to see leave the club as yet. But he, there are other options in his 10 role, and maybe it's time to try using them. Okay, we've criticised Vlasic because we haven't seen enough of him. Maybe sticking him in that 10 role, which is what he naturally wants to do. That's how he plays. He got his only goal for us by being in the 10 position when Bowen put the ball across to him. So, why not give him a go? And Notts Forest will probably be a good place to start.
Not such a dickhead, Frankel. I assume that was you.
Can't, Charlie.
I know, I'm hilarious.
Well,
providing entertainment, high entertainment.
Have you put that shirt up on the wall yet?
Of course not, Budge is still out here. I know, it's a disgrace. My friends keep telling me that they'll put it up, and I just know if I do it myself, I'll drop it, I'll mess it up, I'll do something wrong. I just can't do DIY. It's not in my skill set.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I know it's useless. Yeah, I've just been changing people's names to make myself giggle. James's was my personal.
Is that one of Charlie's auto accounts that just?
I can't even see what mine is.
Is that another one of Charlie's auto accounts?
All right, Ben Rama out. What's my poor long?
Yours doesn't change.
Frankel's biggest fan. Love it.
And then obviously Charlie's promoting Hammer's Chat. You know, if you don't want to watch West Ham United, watch Charlie talk about food during the time of a West Ham match. If you're lucky, they might have a nice guest on at a half time who might talk about the match. But yeah, why watch West Ham when you can watch Charlie Walsh?
I've got
pay me for doing that.
I've got an interesting topic, right, that I see. Someone sent me a photo yesterday of a load of Manchester City, even Manchester United fans going to the game yesterday. What do you lads make of these people that are going to the games and being in the home end with rival tops?
Completely wrong. Completely wrong. Sends out the wrong messages to everybody.
At the Arsenal game or something, Bowes pushed one of them, didn't he? And Bowes got banned for it or something. Team Bow, and he pushed one of the
seven home game ban.
And got banned for it.
I mean, look,
but they shouldn't be in there in the first place.
I think
look at that guy we saw yesterday.
I mean, like, I do think, like, all right, living in America, going to a bunch of matches here, the culture that we have in England about going to the football is not like it is in America. And so an American in England would simply think, oh, I'd love to go see a football match while I'm here. I know the Premier League's the greatest league in the world. I'll wear my Manchester United shirt. What matches are on? We'll pay all of the money it costs. And so, like, I get it. For us, watching them come in, it's like, what the fuck are you doing in my stadium? But for them, it's that's what the Premier League is. It's such a global thing.
Yeah, but are they trying to make it a franchise, though, Frankel, where it's sort of like, it's not about the club, it's about the money, in a way.
But what we're saying, though, don't we surely, like, I love the fact that here in freaking Dallas, Texas, there were over 60 people in the pub watching West Ham, and maybe 6 of us were English. The rest were all Americans. And you know what? Like, when we grow the global fan base, it does create more money. But, like, that's the best way to get more money. Not by having some dodgy Qatari buyer, like growing a global fan base.
I can understand what you're saying, Frankel, yeah, but when you've got Manchester City fans and Manchester United fans, I've seen Spurs fans in the home end.
I get it. People, you want to punch them in the face.
And there's people on the waiting list who have waited for fucking ages, and they're seeing people getting in there before them. Surely that's a bit of an insult to them, isn't it?
But it's not their fault. Like I said, if they've come, and you know what's likely to happen? These Americans, let's say they're Americans, they go to that game, they don't know that to get a ticket to this game, people have been on this waiting list for 5 years. All they know is, here's the amount of money. Oh, and they've been ripped off as well. They've had to pay more for tickets because they've gone through an agency. So they're paid twice as much as a West Ham fan has just to have the experience. And they might be wearing a Tottenham shirt, but by the end of that game, they'll probably be in the club store buying a West Ham shirt. Because a lot of these people here, they don't have the attachment to their teams like we love West Ham. We bleed claret and blue, and we would rather die than pick another English football team. It just wouldn't happen.
I'm trying to think of the word, what it is, right? But are they trying to take the game, like the rivalry, I think I say competing wise, but do you know, like with the rival fans and all that?
I don't think so. I think because that's a selling point. I think part of what it is you look at it and you say, you can sell anything. I don't want to I'm trying not to get political here and bring up political points, but let's be real. Politics is basically just wedge issues, and putting a situation in rival fans is a wedge issue. I don't think so. I don't really have a problem with anyone sitting in any home end and wearing. I don't really give it, as long as they're not being. If they're causing problems, then obviously but that's a completely different conversation. The one I saw going around Twitter was a bunch of kids wearing Manchester City tops, and it's like, they're just going to watch their club for the first time. Do you know what I mean? It's not that deep for me. Like, if someone lives, I don't know, say in Manchester, who's a West Ham fan and then happens to be able to get tickets to sit in the Man City home end or the Manchester United home end, then screw it. They should be able to go. I don't think it's that much of an issue as long as there's actively not causing problems. And I don't think it's a problem. I don't think the Premier League or West Ham or anyone else would want to get rid of that sort of aspect of football that you're discussing, James. I don't know what to call it either, but I understand what you're talking about. That sort of rivalry, that sort of heated debate. I don't think they would want to get rid of that because that's literally part of their selling point, and it's part of what makes them money. So I don't think it's that. I think it's just a case of they aren't really too fussed about who they're selling the tickets to. It's just they're selling the tickets. You know, it just is what it is. It sucks because, like you say, maybe there's a West Ham fan who's missing out, but
I think
depressingly, as Frankel said, it's not the Man City fans' fault, is it really?
I think it's more the culture. Like the culture has always been home, away. And
it always will be. Nothing will ever change that.
But then when you're sitting there and you've got Manchester City fans, Arsenal fans, and listen, I'm just going, I've not been, so I don't know, but I'm only going by what I've seen online, what people have sent me. And even people have sent me videos of them being there and saying, look, there's a fucking Tottenham fan there. And everything West Ham are doing. And their attitude is that they can go and buy a season ticket at West Ham.
Fan, didn't we, Budge?
Yeah, well, we walked past one and he had this, actually, it was a really nice jacket, but it had the Tottenham cock and ball on it, you know?
Yeah.
And as we walked past, I just pointed it and I went, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
And he just sort of looked at me like he had no idea what I was going on about.
Yeah.
So probably, like, as you said, Frankel, eh? What's that?
Rhys's connection's
No,
terrible.
I didn't. I was just referring to what you were saying.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think the kid. That's the thing. The thing is that these people, the world is a small place now, and so other people are going to come from a different culture. And they just don't. They don't get it. And those people,
I mean,
they're going to go to the game. They're not going to cause trouble.
Yeah, I mean, understood. I do get that, but surely it should be like the responsibility of the sellers of the tickets to inform foreign nationals, you know, that if they're going to go to a game, the etiquette is not to wear a shirt from any opposing team. If you're going to wear any colours, it has to. Eh?
There's not really any way you.
No. I'm not saying it's enforceable. I'm not saying it's enforceable, actually, Charlie. I'm saying it's the responsibility of the people selling the tickets, whether it be an agency or the club directly or whoever. Yeah, or even, you know, personal sellers. Like, for example, you know, if I wanted to sell one of my tickets, for argument's sake, it should be my responsibility to say, you know, the etiquette of you know, English football is that you don't wear a shirt from any opposing team if you're, you know, if you're in amongst a certain group.
But don't you find, though, I don't know about you, lads, I agree with what Budgie said there, yeah, but don't you find that's quite insulting that you got a Tottenham fan going with a Tottenham kit? I've seen it, like a full kit of like, and literally going in there and like, it's very sort of. I totally agree on this one with Budgie. Like, there should be something where no one comes in with a rival top other than the two teams that are playing. It has to be.
I couldn't give less of a crap. If anything, I think it's quite funny because they're giving us money.
Yeah, but Charlie, someone would end up getting hurt eventually. Like,
okay, but that's okay, sure, but I'm not gonna act upon that, because in reality, if you're gonna start a scrap with someone just because they're wearing a Tottenham shirt, then I think you're a bigger problem than they are. If I'm walking down the street in Tottenham and I'm wearing a West Ham shirt, just in general, and someone starts to scrap me because I'm wearing a West Ham shirt, they're the problem here, not me. If someone in the home end is wearing a Tottenham shirt and someone goes and hurts them, then they're the problem, not the person wearing the home shirt. Again, if the person wearing a Tottenham shirt is causing problems, then it's a different conversation entirely. But by wearing a shirt, you're not causing a problem. You're just wearing a shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just add on to that, because like, you never know, because like, I know Hammeret's got a bet with her sister's partner, and like something about whatever they have to wear the opposite shirt for the day or whatever. That person could have lost a bet and had to wear a Tottenham shirt to the game or something. You never know. They could be a West Ham fan, but
The problem is with it. The problem is with
it. If they're not causing the problem, I don't really see an issue.
But the problem is with that is like you wouldn't do that anywhere else. Like, and what Freshfielder said there is tribalism. That's the word I was trying to think of. Like, it's very tribal with us to have the home end, away end, the rival fans, and to me, it feels very corporate and very franchised. And maybe that's why Frankel can look at this and from an Englishman in America and go, that's accepted over there, like, because they all mingle together. There's like, even in the sort of MLS, it's not really. There's not really rivals in the MLS. It's just like everyone having a kick. Like,
I think, James, you've got to take the rough with the smooth. The word that I think English football has been since the Premier League, because we're all pretty old apart from Rhys, has been sanitized. That's what it has been sanitized. If you want that, as it were, home end and away end, you go down the leagues. The Premier League is now a massive industry. Whether you like it or not, we love all these players coming, blah, 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 blah. We've got these wonderful stadiums. So from where we were, I mean, that's what the chap, Martin Tyler, said the thing about and got into trouble about Hillsborough and what the Premier League's done. And I think he is right. If you look back to football in the late 80s, it was an absolute horror show. And yes, that's wonderful. It was wonderful and brutal and honest and hardworking. But now we're 30, 40 years later.
Right.
And it's now a completely different, in inverted commas, product. So unfortunately,
I've got to disagree with you there, Luke.
I think Luke's bang on, to be honest.
I think Luke's. I've got to disagree. I never see that Upton Park 6 years ago, mate.
You did
Not once.
100%. 100%.
I never see a Tottenham fan in the home end, Charlie.
Just because you didn't see it didn't mean it didn't happen.
I disagree, mate.
There was less tickets going around. Like, it's going to be less people
tickets.
there, but realistically, it happened. Like, the thing is, it's Franco. I mean, Franco went to, and this is not a shot at you, Adam. For once in my life, I'm not shooting shots at you. But Adam went to Chelsea away wearing an Ajax shirt, right? It happens. Like, this has been happening for years. I don't think it's any different. The sanitization, as Luke puts it, and I 100% agree with Luke's assessment. I think is a good thing, right? And I don't think that has to lessen the football experience or lessen the noise or anything like that. I think that's a totally separate issue to some extent. I think the actual sanitization in terms of lessening the problems that football causes is nothing but a good thing. And I think if you can put an away fan in the home end and it not cause problems, then that's fine by me. I really could not care less. Like, whatever. Like, well, they give us money for it. Thanks for the however much quid. That's probably going on Skamaka's goal bonus. Fantastic, sweet as sorted. Don't need to worry about it. As long as a problem isn't being caused, I don't think it's an issue.
Yeah, but like, I'll get all this and all that. But what about if someone walks in wearing an England shirt instead of a West Ham shirt? That's technically a different club.
Well, yeah, but technically,
obviously, I'm not country. But like, yeah, someone could walk in with a Dagenham and Redford shirt on or something.
I've got to disagree, mate. It's Dagenham and Redbridge. I'm not talking about.
Well, I went like Charlie said. I went to a West Ham match in an Ajax shirt, and a couple of people were like, "Why the fuck are you wearing that?" And I thought to myself, "All right, well, first of all, whoever those people were the problem here, because I'm obvious. I mean, I'm a West Ham fan. You could test me, you could quiz me, or you could just watch the quizzes I've done myself on YouTube. But
why you're
clearly a West Ham fan, but just because I happen to wear another shirt, because I've always not worn colours really at away games for a long time, because other people I just don't wear colours to an away game because I like to go for a drink before. I don't want to be the dickhead. So I figured instead of that, I'm a football fan. I like the Ajax shirt. It's got 3 little birds, Bob Marley themed. I'll wear that. But it's the people that had a problem with it. They're probably the problem, right?
I've got to disagree, mate, because I really have on this one.
So I shouldn't have worn a. Are you telling me that I'm not a West Ham fan because I wore an Ajax shirt?
If you want to go and watch a football match, you shouldn't be going in a rival top. Period. Like, go as plain clothes. Listen, go in there, be plain clothes. But to go into West Ham and
what's the difference? What's the difference between a Tottenham fan sitting in the home end at the Olympic Stadium watching West Ham versus Tottenham,
because that Tottenham
wearing a shirt,
because that Tottenham fan could end up getting hurt, Charlie? That's the difference.
So why is that the Tottenham fans' problem?
What do you mean?
Well, it's their problem, but why is it their fault?
Well, I'm not saying it's their fault, but then it will soon come back to West Ham, though, wouldn't it? That West Ham have got bad fans and we're attacking fucking fans in their own ground.
Because in that scenario, we did attack someone in the ground.
Right, but it doesn't mean say that what they have done by coming in. They've come in to basically.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's not their fault. It's not their fault in any way, shape, or form. The Tottenham fan being in this example, the Tottenham fan being in the home end, wearing a Tottenham shirt or not, is not a problem. It changes literally nothing. Unless, say, Tottenham are winning 3-0 and they're standing up giving it the large one, then obviously that's an issue because you're.
But even if they was giving it the large one, Charlie, and I understand what you're saying, but they don't deserve to get a fucking good argument.
Amen. Full respect, and I'm totally fine with you saying that, Amen. But it's got nothing to do with being posh or not. Okay, for example,
it's far from posh.
You can trust me. I'm not. Jesus Christ.
That one's low.
that is the furthest I am.
Can I just say, if you want to attack the posh one, then it's probably me. I mean, Eamon, I take offence to that, to saying this little prick is posh.
Charlie Walsh has got his own spot at fucking Greg's, mate. He's far from posh.
Flipping Luke's got a house and a wife and all of that. I live in a council estate. But look, the point is,
I feel for you. I feel for you.
He drinks sparkling water. Disgraceful. The point is, it's got. I think in reality, they are not causing a problem. If in that example they get hurt, that is the West Ham fans' problem. That is, well, it's not the West Ham, it's everyone's problem, but that's the West Ham fans' fault. It's got nothing.
Well, it's an anger problem. It is that the people who if you see someone who's an opposing fan and it makes you angry and you want to punch them in the face, you're the one that's got the issue. You've got some anger problems, and it's a matter of, well, shit, actually, maybe I shouldn't feel that way and I should do something about it. You know,
I believe it was MC Hammer who said, "Don't be a prick. You don't be a prick." I think that's what he said.
But the thing is, though, is that I get it. Like, I don't look at somebody who's wearing an opposition shirt in my stadium and think, "Oh, that's so nice a Tottenham fan came in." My instant reaction is, "What a fucking idiot." But thankfully, my instant reaction is not, "Yeah, what a fucking idiot. I want to go and punch his face in." I
understand that, Frankel. I understand that. Listen, I totally agree with you. Right? Fucking violence and all that. Yeah, I understand that. It's totally wrong. But you are putting people in situations, and take West Ham out of the equation for a minute, and the violence. You're putting people in situations which they should be told not to be put in. Like, if they want to go and watch a football match, and they listen, by all means, go and watch West Ham. Yeah, London Stadium, close to London, American, Canadian, whatever.
But in my opinion, it's sort of similar to walking through a council estate with your AirPods in, right? I'm not good. To an extent,
there should be a dress code in regards.
You're putting yourself in a situation, right? But realistically, that doesn't mean you should. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Like,
it
I don't think
mean
you should
that,
make that argument.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's a really good point, because you're right. It also doesn't mean that you want to get trouble. If you don't know an area and you're walking through what actually is a really rough neighborhood without knowing it.
Yeah, but for instance, I would not go down to fucking Bermondsey in a West Ham top because I know I'm going to have a lot of grief.
But so if I dropped you off, James, in the middle of Dallas somewhere, and I knew that one direction is a really rough area and one direction wasn't,
you would send me to the rough area.
But what I'm saying is that you wouldn't know which way was the way not to go, and so
I understand that.
So a lot of these people, you just got.
I'd love you to send me. I'd love you to send me to One Direction. They're lovely lads.
What's your favourite One Direction song, Luke?
I don't know one. I'm
that
incredibly
is a
old.
lie. That
is
is
a lie,
lie.
Luke. That is a lie.
As Davide says, you are a liar.
I was gonna say,
Exactly.
Come
on.
I think there's a limit on it.
I bought my niece
Like,
a
I
microphone.
get wearing like
which had
a shirt from a
songs on
different
them.
country.
There's only one song from any of the people from One Direction that's worth listening to. And that's the one from no, don't be dark. No, it was a solo from
Live While You're Young.
Harry Styles. No, it was a solo from Harry Styles.
Oh, wait a minute, I've remembered it. You will know you are the beautiful.
Yes, there we go.
That one. What's that one?
That's the one I'm
There we go.
One Direction want their song back, Luke. That's what they're saying.
Oh, mate. Yeah, they're going to do us for copyright. That was too close to the original.
Music died the day Kurt Cobain died.
They want fucking royals, Luke. They want royals, mate. 100%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is my connection all right, or?
Well, it's sort of intermittent at the moment.
I was gonna say, I think there's a level, like for wearing a different club shirt and all that. Like, don't go in with a rival shirt or another Premier League team, but like a lower league team, like say, like I was saying about Dagenham Redbridge or something. Yeah, fair enough. But like, just like you gotta be smart about it. Don't wear like a Spurs shirt or a Millwall shirt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
Because who would recognise it?
I do get what you're saying, but how do these visitors to this country know not to do that? That's my point. If you're not told the etiquette
in the email,
or the expected etiquette at a ground, if you're not told that when you buy a ticket, then how are you supposed to know? You know, like, for example, there was a group of I think it was at the Arsenal game. There was like an Asian family wearing Arsenal shirts in front of someone.
But haven't you got to be a complete moron not to realise that an Asian family sat in front of you, you know, mum, dad, 2 kids, they're not, you know, they're not an issue, are they really? If some bloke
of course they're not an issue. Of course they're not an issue. But every club, every club in the country,
who looks like one of us, bowls in there, boulders brass, so the top's out, bloody tat's out. You know, that's a different story, isn't it? I think it's everything in life is about, you know, working out the correct point, as it were.
Yeah, I get that, but every club in the country, Luke, has got its Neanderthals. Every single club.
Yeah. I agree with Budgie
and they don't give a shit about common sense.
Yeah, but I'm not.
They don't possess any.
They're the problem.
Exactly. Exactly. But because they are there and they are the problem, and you know, that is why they should be. Well, River Plate isn't a problem, is it? You know, when you think about it, it's homage to Lanzini. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's what it was.
You know?
That's what we think.
So that's what I'm saying. A shirt like that wouldn't be a problem. You know, if someone rolled up wearing a Sassuolo shirt with Skamaka written across the back of it, you're not going to go and want to kick his head in, are you? Seriously.
I totally agree. If you want to word it like that, which I probably wouldn't, but let's just say, for example, some dickhead isn't going to go, well, hang on, let me just look at the back of your shirt just to make sure it's got no references to West Ham.
I get you.
They're the problem here.
But that's what I'm saying.
Why should we?
Yeah, but there are Neanderthals in every club, Charlie, as we're all well aware.
I'm not saying it's just a West Ham problem.
So as a result, it's a responsibility of the people that sell the tickets to inform foreigners that
I disagree. One, I wouldn't say it's just foreigners. That's not, because I've gone to flipping out. My first game at West Ham was away to Leighton Orient on the home end. Like, being realistic about it, it's everyone. It's not just that. But two, I don't think that's the problem. They're the problem here. I don't see why we should like bend over backwards and treat people differently because some dickhead decides that that guy's in a Tottenham shirt.
But you can't have it both ways, though, Charlie. Like, I understand what you're saying. Listen, right, I love you to bits, brother. Yeah, but the thing is, if you've got a fan in there who's got a Tottenham shirt on and he's cheering their team on, that's really taking offence to all the West Ham fans he's surrounded by. Because all he's going to be banging on about is fucking Spurs.
Not necessarily.
Well, he is though, Charlie, isn't he? Spurs are 3-0 up.
Not necessarily. I go to the pub, right, with people. So for example, last game, Upton Park, right? I was in a Man United pub, surrounded by Man United fans, with my friends who are Man United fans. I wasn't sitting there banging on about West Ham. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily that. It's not the responsibility of that person. Like, the dickheads are the dickheads. They are the problem. We shouldn't all have to change everything about ourselves because some people have an issue. That's their fucking... Like, if anything, they're the people who should be getting kicked out, not someone who's wearing an opposition shirt.
Yeah, here's a modern example of exactly what you just said there, Charlie.
Cheers,
all right, mate. See you in a bit. On Saturday, over at my local pub, which is the nominated pub for the away supporters for Crawley Town, because it is so close to the stadium. But also you get a lot of Crawley Town supporters in there as well. But it's not. There's never really an issue in there. Anyway, so on Saturday we had Leyton Orient visiting us in the league, and I didn't even realise that they were playing. And I went over there in one of my Hammers shirts, and there were probably the better part of 200 Leyton Orient fans in and around the pub. I didn't have a single issue until it was time for them to go and watch the game, and then some guy said something to me about being a West Ham fan, and it weren't very, I didn't really catch everything he said, but it obviously wasn't friendly. And all of his mates sort of just ushered him out the door and went, mate, don't be a fucking idiot. That time's gone.
Yeah, and his mates were the correct people in that scenario. Let's be real, they were the fucking best. But like, and maybe my opinion on this is because I grew up in an area where there were no West Ham fans. I grew up surrounded by Arsenal, Tottenham, and somehow Manchester United because just everywhere, right? And I grew up around that. And so when I walk down the street, if I'm wearing a West Ham shirt, sometimes someone will make a comment, but so fucking
don't you feel though,
stop
Charlie,
me from doing it.
The problem is I understand what you're saying. Listen, and I do agree with Budgie on this. I really do. But the problem is you're putting people in a situation where something could happen. Like, for instance, I would not walk over Dagenham Heath Way fucking at 12 o'clock at night because I would fear that something would happen. So I'll try and avoid that situation. Now you're putting fans of football, whether or not they're making an issue or not, in a situation where something could happen. I understand what you're saying about the problem is with the individuals who are doing that, but nevertheless, you're putting them in that situation. It's like,
I disagree. I think it's the only way to stop them from doing that, because if we all go, oh, you're not allowed to sit there, then all of a sudden, what are you doing? Oh, well, the people have won then. Okay, well, where's the lesson being learned? Where's anything going to change? It's not. I think the only way to stop that is by basically saying, actually, this is okay. Again, if they are causing problems, then they have to get gone. In the same way that if the West Ham fan is the one causing the problem, they have to get got. Like, that's just that's where the problem's coming in.
Can I jump in, Charlie? I think so. In Premier League grounds, I don't think there's many issues, are there, really?
Yeah, significantly less than there used to be. You are 100% correct.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing I'm just going to go on to, is the fact I don't think it's about colours, etc. Because if we go back to the Euro, whatever it was, 2020, where it was, 2021 final at Wembley, that attracted so many idiots that it was just unbearable. So I think it's not so much about colours, it's about if you can eradicate all these knobheads and keep them outside of the ground. I do believe that Premier League grounds at the moment are really, really quite safe.
But the problem is, though, where do you draw the line with how many other fans come in? That's the issue that a lot of people are having.
For whom?
But it's not that this is such an overblown issue, though. There's not that many. It's such an insanely overblown issue. One person walks in wearing a Man City shirt, that gets put around on Twitter, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's the biggest problem that's ever existed."
I don't know, Charlie.
Like, I'm saying there was more than one. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there was only one. But what I'm saying is, it's such an insanely overblown issue.
Yeah, but
I had a season ticket at the LS for years. I didn't see a single one. Now, again, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. Obviously, it does. We see.
You was at Greg's, though, weren't you?
Always. I was never at the games. That you think we figured out the problem? I was at Greg's. No, but realistically, I never saw one. That's not to say it doesn't happen, because of course it does. But I'm saying the issue is massively overblown. And just to bring up Eamon's point there about killing football, it's got nothing. You can be as passionate as you like. If you're in the home end wearing an away shirt and you're celebrating and doing all that sort of stuff, then you're causing problems and you need to go. That's a different story. If you're in the away end, obviously celebrate as much as you like. But when you're in the home end, if you're wearing an away shirt, don't. It's common. That's common sense at that point, because the people around you are going to be annoyed. And so if you're jumping up and down like an idiot, then it's going to be, you're going to have issues, right? But it's got nothing. You can still be as passionate and everything as you like. That has nothing at all to do with where you sit. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's got nothing to do with posh or poor or anything else, right? Why is it that, for example, this is a bad example to some extent, but why is it that I can go to wrestling and everyone can be as passionate as they like without having to fucking cause problems with each other, and yet somehow when it comes to football, no, we have to be serious. Like it's
because
just
it's very tribalism, isn't it? The word I was
but that's what I'm trying to say is that doesn't mean you have to start fucking punching people. Like, and again, I may be being slightly idealistic about this to some extent. I will concede on that. But realistically, we shouldn't stop those people from coming in because they might get hurt. No, the people who are going to cause the problems, they can fuck off. And the rest of us can actually get on with supporting the teams we love.
I understand what you're saying, Frank.
Can I draw your attention to the picture that
I'm sorry, man.
You can't, Budgie, but just 1 second. James, how dare you call me Frankel?
Mate, that is a bit...
That is a disgrace. Report that, if anything.
That's a big L tonight.
Do carry on. Budgie, I appreciate it.
That's a big L for me tonight. 100%.
That's a massive L.
So on... I would imagine these are periodically placed around the stadium. It's a sign. It says report it, text, and then there's a number, and foul language, racism, drink, blah, 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 blah. And it says away fans in home areas. So you can report it to that text number, and I'm sure stewards will then ask them to go to another section of the stadium.
Well, they'll just kick him out, probably, or tell him to be sensible. I don't think that's right, though.
Budgie,
I also don't think the club.
Budgie, the next game you go, can you text me a picture of your seat number, please?
Why?
No reason.
You are just being a knob now, aren't you? I might have to put you on the naughty step. I haven't done that to anybody for ages. But anyway, so you can report away fans in home areas to the club. But like, we've been discussing, like if, say, for example, it's a game between, let's use yesterday's game as an example, Man City and West Ham. Yeah, if there's Man City fans in the home end, then you can report it. But, I'm not likely to. I'm probably more likely to have a quiet word with them and say, look, if you've got a jacket, mate, I suggest you put it on. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Just, try and advise them of the etiquette.
No,
I think, I think that's a reasonable course of action, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. But
if you pay 100 quid to go, whatever it is, 80, 50, 60 quid to go watch a game of football, and you're not watching the football, you're bothered about someone 15, 20 feet away, Well,
I'm not saying if it was somebody 15, 20 feet away, I would go and speak to them.
No, not you, mate. I'm not
that
you.
wouldn't bother me. But I'm just, what I'm saying though is it's kind of the responsibility of responsible supporters to advise people of the etiquette, really and truly. If I'm in the stadium and I'm that close enough to someone, I would actually point out to them, that really isn't the best course of action.
Because what Budgie has said, I do make Budgie 100% right on this. What he said, wherever you go on the planet, you're going to have idiots in grounds who are drink like too much beer, too much gear, or whatever, and they might just want to have a fucking row with someone. And the problem is, I've got no problem with any sort of national from around the world coming to watch West Ham. Not a problem with that. I speak to loads of people. I know loads of people. Yeah. What I've got a problem with is if there's loads of people with the shirts on, and if we're playing Tottenham or something, and they're fucking in front of you, and they are going to celebrate. There's no toys about it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, but but listen, James, I've got to be honest with you. Other than a family, you're not going to see a group of away fans together. It's just not going to happen.
I've seen. We did see it against Frankfurt at home. There was Frankfurt fans that got in, and they was at the top tier in the home end. And I've seen it through other people that there was Leeds fans in the home end. There's about 12 Leeds fans in there. And the problem is, listen, I understand what Charlie's saying. Yeah, you've got to eradicate the fucking idiots. But if you've got idiots and idiots, then it could cause carnage. And I just think the way you take that out of the equation, you say no away shirts in the home end. It's as simple as that.
Disagree.
In my opinion.
Disagree, but I agree with Budgie to an extent about the idea of. I don't think it's their responsibility to tell them. I don't really think it matters, but I do think there is for example, if a friend of mine who comes,
it's a moral responsibility, really.
Yeah. I don't think about it that deeply. But if someone from outside of London was coming to mine and was walking about, and I would say, yeah, you probably shouldn't go through that council estate in the middle of the night because you're probably going to get mugged, right? I would tell them that. So to some extent, obviously, I do agree with if you're selling your ticket to a mate who you know and they're an away fan and it's probably best not to do it. I agree with that. My point is if someone goes into the stadium wearing an away shirt in the home end, they shouldn't be kicked out because they're not, unless they're causing a problem. That is obviously always the caveat.
But it could cause a problem for them, though, Charlie. That's what I'm trying to say.
But that's not their fault. Then the person who's causing the problem gets kicked out. Whoever's causing the problem in any of these scenarios is the person that should get kicked out. The person wearing the away shirt is not the one causing the problem. They're just wearing a shirt.
I understand what you're saying, but it ain't just. It goes down the road, though, doesn't it? It ain't just them. It affects other people around them. Kids are there; they could witness it.
So the person having a fight shouldn't be having a fight.
Listen, I've seen it before, right? I remember someone showing me something on social media, and there was a Tottenham fan with his kid, and they went to the game. The kid must have only been about 8 to 10 years old. The Tottenham fan. Tottenham fan had a shirt on. He was cheering when Tottenham scored. Some geezers have come up to him and just knocked him clean out. And it was disgusting. Hold on.
That's not the kid.
Yeah, but it's not fair to see the kid seeing his old man laid out on the fucking deck because of some idiot. So what you do, you take the shirt out of the equation.
You take the violent person out of the equation.
I think you take the shirt out of it, though, Charlie. I know.
But that's
really do.
No. But that's letting them get away with it.
Yeah, I'm not. But the problem is, you're putting them in a situation where it could become volatile. That's the way I look at it. So that's the way.
I think it's such a. I think we're pushing out of this problem, bruv. I really do. I think with the club, I understand from a club perspective why they would just say. I think realistically, we don't know what would happen if someone called that line, for example, and there was an away fan, a steward just might go up to them and be like, look, you need to be sensible, or they might get a steward in this scenario to see where they are. If they're causing problems, then you kick them out or whatever. But I'm just like, why the hell are we should not allow dickheads to control the situation. It's just bad precedence. It's just bad precedence. It's one of those things. It just is one of those things.
So do you disagree with what West Ham are doing now then, in regards to reporting away shirts in the home end?
No, I think it's ridiculous, but
actually,
but from
in addition to that, actually, I'm going to pop it back up on the screen quickly so everybody can see it. In addition to that, the last entry on that says conduct, non-compliance with the code of conduct. Now that means home or away fans, right? Clearly, and I think, you know, as they state here, away fans in home areas, and if they are in a home area and they are celebrating, etc., does that breach the code of conduct? That's my question.
Well, okay. Looking at that, Budgie. Oh, sorry. Put it back up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Go on. Sorry, mate.
Right at the top. Abusive language and behaviour. Well, that's a football match. Racist chanting or shouting. Well, that's a fine line, isn't it? Racism. Homophobic chanting. Again, fine line. Drinking alcohol in view of the pitch. Again, well, it's a football match. Smoking in the stadium. I guess that goes on. Persistent standing. Again.
That's an insult, persistent standing.
What the hell is that? Pyrotechnics, so flares and stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. Away fans in home areas, as we've discussed. And then we come on to the two ones that are just absolutely outstanding pieces of work. Breaches of COVID-19 good practice. Well, please define that. And then the next one is non-compliance with the code of conduct, which again, you haven't defined. I mean, that's just a load of...
Actually, the code of conduct is all the above, mate.
Yeah.
So
that's what they expect of people in the stadium.
Putting the code of conduct at the bottom suggests there's a separate code of conduct, because otherwise, why would you put it again? That just is superfluous. But I think it's one of those things where, again, we don't know what would happen. Say someone reported it, they might just go up to the person who's an away fan and be like, look, if they're causing problems, then they're getting kicked out, or if they're not, just being like, can you cover up or whatever? Do you know what I mean? There might be a separate thing. I don't know what the hell this entails.
Hold on. In the white box at the top, it says, West Ham United Football Club operates a zero-tolerance approach to antisocial behaviour in any form and expects all supporters to treat each other with respect at London Stadium. There is your code of conduct.
Sure. I mean, we also know that's not true, but that's fine. Whatever.
But that's your code of conduct, I suppose, isn't it?
To some extent, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, look, I think the thing is like, ultimately, I agree with, like, if they are my friends. Say I had a friend who was, I don't know, a Man United fan who was going to when we face Man United there or whatever, and I gave him my ticket even though I don't have one, and I'd be like, look, bruv, don't cause any problems, because that will just come back to bite me in the ass if anything else. Yes, but realistically, the people causing the problems are the violent ones, not the people wearing the shirt. For an example, Eamon, because I know you're not very happy with me in the chat, which is fair enough. I respect that.
I've been completely ignoring the chat. That. Sorry.
It's just Eamon being angry with me. But for example, I went to a game. I was at a game once. Obviously, I take a backpack with a lot of wires because I've got cameras in it and microphones when I'm doing YouTube stuff. When I'm there. Yeah. I was outside the ground on the boats after the game. Someone came up to me and asked me if I was a Muslim terrorist because I had a long beard and a backpack. Is that my fault because he tried to start a fight with me because of that, because I happened to be wearing a backpack and having a beard? Or is that not? This is the point I'm making. I was not the problem in that scenario. He was. Okay? This is my whole point. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. Sorry, go on.
If he thought you were a Muslim terrorist...
I'm not going up to
you. What a ridiculous question. Are you? What is his win point? Yes, I am. Run. Why did you? Oh man!
I trust me. I literally had this exact conversation with Luke. It was the guy had very clearly just come out of the toilet with something on his nose. But the point is like I wasn't the issue for what I was wearing or what I had on my beard or whatever. He was the issue, right? So I understand that they're not just going to go away by themselves instantaneously, but that's kind of my point. We all shouldn't be fucking pussyfooting around dickheads, and I'm using the term dickheads. I know you put it again in quotation marks because I'm just using it a lot. The reason I'm using it is because it's an easy catch-all term to be someone who's being a prick, right? As opposed to being like someone who's going to come up every single time. It's a lot way to say, so I just say dickheads, right?
Right.
They are the issue here, so they should be the one who gets got. I'm realizing that they're not just going to disappear overnight. That's not going to happen. But we shouldn't stop people from going to the game, or shouldn't kick them out for not doing anything wrong when it's them who are the issue.
Well, they have done something wrong, Charlie, by coming into the home end with an away fucking top.
My point is that's not. There's got nothing. It's got nothing. I don't trust me, Eamon. You will not find someone who hates themselves more than I hate myself. You have no idea. Ask my girlfriend. Jesus Christ,
he looks in the mirror. He looks in the mirror and points at himself. You says,
thinking I think high of myself? My God, that's the only thing I can solidly disagree with you on in this situation, Eamon. I can tell you that.
The only time he looks high is when he's walking up the stairs. That's about it.
Very, very true. The point is, I don't think that, but they're not doing anything wrong, and that's where I come down on it. They've not done anything wrong. If they're causing problems, then fuck them off, get them out. But until that problem, then they're not.
So let me ask you this then, Charlie, because I've heard what you said. Listen, I understand what your side of the argument, and I understand what Budgie's saying. Yeah, and I do agree with Budgie on this one. But where do you draw the line with someone who is being a nuisance to a point? Like
when they're being a nuisance.
If West Ham are playing Tottenham, for instance, they're our biggest rivals probably in the league. Yeah, ones we do really hate. And if a Tottenham fan is celebrating in front of West Ham fans,
then they're causing problems.
So you want a person to pay £80 to £100 for a ticket, come in, wear a shirt, and when they score, not to celebrate.
Yeah, because you're actively causing a problem. You can celebrate, you just don't have to jump up and down and go fucking mental when you're surrounded by 60,000 West Ham fans. How's that going to get? That's not going to go well for anyone. And I'm not just talking about people who are going to come up and hit you or anything. I'm talking about you are just going to be causing problems for those around you. That's common courtesy. That's common courtesy. If you're sat in the home end wearing an away shirt and you score, you know, it is what it is, whatever. But if you jumping up and down celebrating, then you're causing a problem.
Yeah. So let me ask you a hypothetical question then. Right,
also,
let's just say for argument's sake.
Just chill, bro.
I just want to ask Budgie quickly, yeah? Can you get Fresh Builders comment up, mate? I think it's absolutely what he's saying is... I want to see what it is, and then I'll let you carry on. One where he says about... I think it's... if you're an away fan in the home, then you're breaking the rules before any violence comes into basically play, into the equation, yeah. So Charlie, what do you think of that?
I think the rules are wrong.
So this is a political stance.
I mean, it's the same as anything. I could agree. Yeah. I can disagree with a rule. I can think it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? I think it's stupid.
So then people breaking the rules by doing that then, in a way, like by coming in and taking the piss.
No, they're breaking the rules, and the club are 100% within the. If the club sets it out like they do on that poster and say you are not allowed to wear away colours in the home end. Then they're fully within their rights to fucking kick them out if they want to.
Yeah.
It doesn't state that though, Charlie. It states that away fans in the home area.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. You're right. And here's the thing. Yeah. Here's the thing. I can disagree with those rules, but they're well within their fucking rights to do it. And from their point of view, West Ham United, the football club, aren't going to be sitting there fucking creating their rules to try and create a better working environment in the future. That's not, they're just thinking, right, how can we get through this fucking match day without causing 8,000 problems? So clearly, if their prerogative is to do that, then it makes sense. That makes fucking perfect sense for that. My opinion is just that the rules are fucking stupid, but you know.
Yeah. So, in response to that comment, Sean, that's what we do this for. It's all about the opinions, mate. All about our own opinions.
Oh yeah, and also what Deckers is saying there is 100% correct as well. I'm not just saying fucking. You can't just be picking out people and going, oh, to use my parlance, Eamon, you'll be happy to hear. Oh, you're a dickhead. You can get out of it. Not obviously not. It's obviously not. Yeah, that's obviously not a problem.
Yeah, but then in that respect, if someone is being a dickhead, then the rules are there. You should report it if you're bothered by it. You shouldn't go and react to that person.
You should also report the home fan that's being a dickhead.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I agree with both of what you both just said.
Yeah. Well, this is a subject that's probably going to live long and prosper.
Oh yeah, but, it literally will never ever stop.
No, it won't. But
all of you,
the thing is,
sit down and watch the game of football that you've paid to see.
Yeah, I mean, what we as West Ham fans find frustrating is that away supporters can get into the home end and they can cause problems. That is a problem in itself, and that should be taken down to the narrowest margins possible. It is the club's responsibility to make sure that the atmosphere in that stadium is one of of joy, not of violence and that kind of problem. And it's also that the responsibility of individuals. If they have a problem with anything that's going on in the stadium, they should report it. They shouldn't react about it, and they should definitely not use violence to solve the situation. That's all I would want to say on that subject. I think we should move on. But go on. What was you going to say, Luke?
Sorry, the club announced this week that they've got 55,000 season tickets, which they boasted is the biggest in the country. And our capacity is what, 61?
62.5.
Therefore,
62.5. Yeah.
Therefore, there's 55,000. There's a lot of tickets probably that West Ham fans are giving away for, in inverted commas, a profit.
Right.
That's an issue as well.
I think there's a few things. There's another thing I want to bring up about standing section and a singing section. Now, we've seen it on that banner that you can't stand up for some crazy reason, and persistent standing up, you get reported for it. Should there be a standing section at West Ham?
Well, it's already talked about it anyway.
Not until they learn to behave themselves. Sorry.
Until then, you have to sit down like the naughty people you are.
Well, there's no other Premier League team that's got a standing section.
There is. Liverpool have for the away fans.
Well, I think you've got to be very brave to be the.
All the away fans at West Ham stand up as well, though. To be fair, it's no real difference there.
Yeah, that is very true.
Personally, I think there should be safe standing sections as long as it's safe.
Yeah,
as long as it's safe.
Well, there's talks about it. They had a trial at a couple of clubs last season.
You went to Crawley Town this weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to Crawley Town. We stood up for the first half and went and sat down for the second half.
That's a perfect place, that sort of area to start bringing in standing areas, because the Premier League cannot bring it in. Man, you can't.
Crawley Town already have one. Why they have like a whole? They've got three stands that are standing.
You're gonna have to research it at a lower level before the Premier League will ever allow en masse standing areas.
The problem is with
the thing is, they're talking about having licensed standing areas. That's what that word license means an awful lot, because what it also means is that the club will have a responsibility to police it. Yeah, right. Not literally with police officers, but they will have a responsibility to make sure that it's safe at all times.
And where would that be in the ground?
Nobody's acting like a dickhead. Where would it be?
Yeah.
Why not use up some of the area that's that's up at the side of the pitch? Opposite side to the dugouts and stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
why not there? I mean, there's an area there. I mean, providing we get right, and if we're gonna be able to get this motion to remove the running track, if that happens, there's absolutely no reason why the standing area can't be dropped. I don't know, 400 millimeters. Like what, about a foot or something, so that the heads are down lower and the people in the seating area can see over them.
There's
absolutely no reason why that can't be done, and it can be done safely. You know what I mean? And
it needs to go more of an angle.
Lads, it's also what you got to remember. It's making it safe for kids as well. That's where it's gonna. That's where, as I'm saying, it's gonna have to be done with less people.
I don't think they would have any kids in the standing section, though. If I'm being truthfully honest, like especially if you got, it's safe. I would say 5,000 people there standing. You know what I mean?
We just said that West Ham fans trade their tickets.
Mm.
I mean,
you can't really stop it, but it would be ideal if they weren't. No. I mean, that's what I mean by safe. I think if the safe standing trials all come out as good and fine, then 100% it should be there. But and that's just of all grounds, I think, because like Happy Amaret said in the comment underneath that one, she's standing. I've been in blocks when they stand. I don't know the block's name because I'm plastic. I want to say 119 maybe will stand. People, basically anyone at the corners will stand, right? And I think that's totally fine. Obviously, that's not a safe standing area as such, but they do stand and no issues get caused by it. That if there is some way of just officially putting that sort of stuff in place, 10,000% it should be done. Like there is I don't that's just that's a simple dub from everyone's perspective.
Yeah, and I've actually been in the section that Happy goes in, and it is generally acknowledged that if you're in there, you stand up. Simple as that.
But
there's probably three people to every seat in there.
they all may stand, but they've got a seat. Once you take seats out of the equation and they're all standing, that's where the humans all move a bit and sway a bit, and that's where I think come on. We need to do more research than just.
There's another good point from Happy. Sod the kids.
Yeah, well.
Seriously, if people are going to take their kids to a football match, now, I mean, I'm talking about children from probably 12 under, because kids from 12 up, they really want to watch the match, usually, if they go in. But kids 12 under, that sort of age group, unless they're into the game or they're playing it, they generally are only going because the parents want to go and they want to take their kids to the experience.
Or it's like a family day out. Sort of.
Yeah, and most of them will want to run around and be stupid. So it's a good idea that they're in seating areas.
Yeah.
Budgie, I'm gonna ask you one question before I go to bed because it's almost 3:00.
Yep.
How old were you when you went to your first match?
4.
Yeah, exactly. You can't. This is it.
And I didn't go because I wanted to, by any stretch of the imagination.
Exactly.
I went because my mum and dad wanted to take me and my brother to experience a live game because they had never done it and they wanted us to experience it. Little did they know that it would spark a little fire inside both of us.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You've got to get the kids in.
But I'm not saying kids shouldn't be in the stadium. I'm saying kids shouldn't be in the standing area.
I think the beautiful thing about having a stadium that big is we can actually 100% fully accommodate for every single type of fan. Like there isn't, and that's the thing. I think I remember when we first moved there, or when we were about to first move there. This was when Jack Sullivan was on Twitter breaking all of the transfer news, which was a very exciting time for us all. I remember he put out a poll. And he was asking people about whether there should be a singing section at West Ham, and the response was incredibly negative. People were absolutely fuming, and I think that was because at the time it felt like that would be the one place where you would be allowed to sing and chant, and everywhere else you weren't. And I think now, within the hindsight of looking at that sort of many years down the line, looking at the stadium in totality and in what it's like, actually the idea of having like standing sections and stuff like that can 1000% work, because then people who want to stand for whole games can go to those sections, and kids don't have to be in that section. Families can still have it there, and everything else, they can be in the top stand, they can be everywhere else. Like it's one of the beautiful things about being a club of our size to an extent and having a stadium that's so bloody massive is we can actually accommodate for everyone and should accommodate for everyone. And
on the opposite end of the scale of that, actually, Charlie, I mean, going to Crawley at the weekend on Saturday was actually quite an education for me, because, as I said, you know, we stood for the first half, and then we went literally around the other side of the ground to the seating area. And as we were going up to the seats, a steward was there, and he just said to us, "Oh, lads, those ones over on the left there, that's the family section." And jokingly, I said, "Oh, it's all right, we're brothers." And he went, "Oh, you can sit there then." Well, and I thought to myself, well, that's a little bit strange. But the fact that they have a designated family area, and it was about 150 seats, you know. Yeah. So I thought that was a really good idea. And maybe, you know, on a larger scale at somewhere like London Stadium, or, you know, whatever stadium we're talking about, our home ground, at the London Stadium, maybe a section could be designated as a family section.
It should be, really, because
I mean, I'm not suggesting you kind of, you know, treat families like lepers or anything like that, put them in a cage or anything like that. I'm just saying that maybe just say West Stands, you know, through sections. I don't even know what numbers are what, but let's just use examples I'm pulling out of the sky. 130 to 159. Let's just say that is the family section. You know,
Budgie, if we're talking about family, can I just say I love you all and I'm going to bed.
Oh, no. Thanks, Luke. Take care, mate. Thanks.
Cheers, all. Lovely to speak.
Lovely to see you, or not.
Take care, all.
Take care, mate. Bye.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There's no harm with that, especially. Let's be real. Just put it in the exact opposite place where the away fans are, and then you're good to go. Like,
you're good to go. Exactly that. But then again, see, putting it in
with
the
how big that stadium is, that's
place,
about 8 miles away, so we're perfectly safe.
Yeah, but by doing that, that kind of robs a lot of, you know, diehards that love that view. Do you know what I mean? It kind of does
I
do
don't
that.
disagree, but there's plenty of amazing views in that stadium, and
how did you
corners? You know what I mean?
How did you find it? Is it? That ain't the first time you've been to Crawley, is it, Budge? Or is it?
No, it's not. But it's the first time I've gone to sit down.
Right. I see what you're saying. So, but when I go over Dagenham, and I'm like, listen, when West Ham are not playing on the Saturday or anything, or West Ham on the Sunday, and Dagenham are playing away somewhere like in Maidenhead or something, me and my mate usually go down there, get out for the day, go down there and watch a game. And to stand in the away end with loads of fans is very... Listen, it gets the blood pumping, let's put it like that. When you're sitting down like a fucking sardine, it's a bit of a different scenario. You just don't feel the same buzz. So you do understand it from in lower leagues. If you follow lower league football like I do, then you sort of understand that really a standing section would be great for West Ham, because it would get everyone pumped for the game. Do you know what I'm saying? And it would keep the hardcore together.
I remember the days when you couldn't sit down. If you did, you couldn't see the ground, because there was just a mountain of bodies in front of you. You know, and you know, I've got to be honest. You know, I'll refer to them as the good old days, because I haven't done that for a long time. But they were the good old days, because you could literally, you know, you could be here and watch the game, and then like in the second half, you could literally be at the other end of that stand, and nobody give a toss. Do you know what I mean? It didn't matter, you know. And I mean, I used to do that quite regularly when I went to Upton Park. I used to go from one end to the other, so that I could see us attacking. Do you know what I mean? It was great. I loved it, and nobody give a toss when you did it, as long as you stayed in the same stand that you were in. You know, it was easy. You know, you could just literally walk from one end to the other. It was great.
To be fair, the stupiding at the London Stadium is pretty lax. I've done that before. The amount of times I've moved around that stadium during games is actually quite criminal. I'm not going to lie about it. I've started I've started at the top of the stadium, ended at the bottom. I've moved around. I've moved around in chairs, seats, stand.
There you go. Look, and Happy even says it. Look, she misses it because you could run along the whole stands. There you go. There you go.
I've literally moved from one side of the stadium to the other.
Hello, Kieran. Do you want to come and have a chat with us, mate?
Let me interesting debate. I've got to be honest. It really is. Interesting.
Let me just pop the.
What was the first game you see, Charlie, as a West Ham fan? I remember my one. It was day.
Mine was Leyton Orient away, preseason friendly, 2003. I want to say it was. It was it 2003?
In the comments,
so. We won. I want to say 3-1.
I think I remember
Kamara up front, and he was absolute dog shit.
Well, that was the season we got relegated, wasn't it? Probably like the class of sort of like.
Yeah, it was either that. It was that makes sense because it was like, that would add up because it was like, who was on the pitch?
We probably had David Connolly on there, Carl Fletcher. Nobes were probably just broke through at the time.
I think I remember seeing
Gary Breen.
Gary Breen, Jesus Christ! I remember the corner shop near my house in North London. The one time I ever saw, do you remember the old West Ham magazine that they used to have, like the actual official magazine?
What was it called? Fuck.
I can't even remember, but like the one copy
fanzine or something, wasn't it? Was it fanzine?
I can't remember, but there was it was the only time I ever saw it in the corner shop near me in North London. Had Gary Breen on the cover of all fucking people.
Fucking Gary Breen, bro.
Gary Breen. But that was the first one. That was the first one. Leyton Orient away.
Yeah, obviously we had the others. My first game that I ever watched was Alvin Martin's testimonial against Chelsea. I think we lost 4-3, and that was like, I was like, yeah. Went with my dad and my uncle. My uncle's a Chelsea fan, and it was interesting. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to keep going. And then my sort of first real game was the famous 5-4 for Bradford. So yeah, remember that one.
I have to think about how many kids' first games was Mark Noble's testimonial.
Yeah,
cool. That would be a big number, I reckon. Quite good.
You're right, CD.
Morning, Kieran.
Good morning, chaps. How are we? CW, James E, Budgie. You all good?
All right. Yeah, good, mate. Yes, indeed. How have you been?
Yeah, all good, mate. I went all through the night. I got up at midnight for the game because it was on at 1:30 in the morning for me, and I ended up going all the way bloody through, didn't I? I didn't bother going to bed, and then I had to go and help my mate do some work around his house. I was a bit of a mess, especially watching. A bit deflated after the game. Not that I expected to win or anything. I did predict 2-0 loss, and a Haaland to get his debut goal, so I'm claiming that. But yeah, it was just the performance was flat, wasn't it? And it was a bit disappointing. But I'm not worried about that. I'm glad that game's out of the way and done. And I reckon we're going to go to Forest and give them a slap. I think we're going to do them. And did you know what I've really thought surprising? Watching all the highlights over the weekend and, about all them three teams that have come up, I thought Nottingham Forest looked like they'd be the best chance of staying up. And after watching them first games of all three, they look the worst, and I went, "Wow, they have got a hill to climb, them boys." But so I'm hoping that we go and play differently. Maybe we might have a Cornet on the pitch. Kamaka might come in, he might start, or he'll come on later. So yeah, I'm quite confident we're going to do it. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah. Whoa. There you go. Look, the winter looks harsh, Kieran says.
Yeah, it's terrible, wasn't it, mate? Yeah. It was a chilly morning, I'll tell you that, for our winter.
Yeah. WHU58, he asked, do I remember the raised section in the North Bank in the corner where you could get a good view? Do you know what? Most of the time in fact, excuse me, I used to try and get into the chicken run as often as I could. if I'm honest. It weren't always possible.
Yeah, that raised
but,
bit. You should have a little, was there a little cafe at the back or a little drinks place at the back of that raised bit in the corner? Yeah, it was a good spot to go when you were a kid, so you could get a better. You can get at the front. You could get a better look at the.
But then, as a kid, I didn't really get to the stadium very much. I mean, by the time I started going to the stadium, I was already like 13, 14. I was quite a tall lad. I was probably 5'9" at 13 anyway. So, you know.
And talking about this, this standing. Now, Celtic have had that for quite a while. The safe standing, and I don't know if you have ever seen it, Charlie, how they do it. They've got a barrier. It's a row. Everyone's a row, just like a seat. You've got a barrier behind, a barrier in front, so there can be no push down, and it can't be. You can't be wandering up and down. You're basically taking a seat spot for your standing, and everyone stands in a row. So it is a very safe idea. But it's not, as it used to be that you'd have that big push down from the back and you can just wander around where you want. You go into your row and that's where you stand.
Yeah. I was actually going to bring it up because I think that is like probably the way forward. And I've even seen some where those barriers that we're talking about, the ones that between them, they even have like essentially flap seats that come down as well. In some where, like, if someone does need to sit for whatever reason, they can, but it's obviously you buy a ticket because you're going to stand there. It's just in case you whatever need it. I think that is probably the smart way forward with that stuff. I do think
it's like if you want to sit down at half time, Charlie, it'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Really, I suppose.
Yeah, because to be honest with you, yes, please. Yes, please.
Freshfield is asking, did they upgrade the raised bit to become the disabled access area? I don't know. I last went to that stadium in 1986, mate, so I don't know much about the upgrades after that. So I don't think there's anyone on.
I remember at 14-year-old, my first away game was at Arsenal at Highbury, and they had a under 14 section there on the side of the pitch. For under 14, and that's where we went in, and it was all standing, but that was for the under 14. Yeah, back then.
Yeah, that was actually I remember that. Right, well, let's move on, shall we? This week's game, Notts Forest. What are we saying?
You go, boys.
What do you think, Kieran?
I'm really confident. I'm really confident we can go there, get the season kicked off, and go and stick free past them. I'm not too bothered. I'm hoping we do have another centre half starting. That would help. But I think we can do them.
Did Lingard play in like a free role?
Yeah. He never touched the ball, Budge. He never touched the ball. I tell you, he was not.
I never watched it. I haven't even watched the highlights. So, well, he's going to have a point to prove against us, isn't he? Let's be fair. Right? And we can't underestimate that, and we know how dangerous he can be because he was that dangerous for us. So, who would you man mark him with? Because he's got to be man marked, surely.
No, I don't think he will be.
Personally, I think we just play our game. I'm not scared about him. Like, don't get me wrong. I do think he has a point to prove for us, but he also has a point to prove for Nottingham Forest because he's turned up. They're paying him a lot of money, and he's done jack all in his first game. So he's probably got a point to prove there as well. To be fair, I think you could man mark him, but realistically, I think we just go about our business as we do. I think 4-2-3-1. I think we go about basically the exact same as we usually do, and I think we can handle them. I'm not too worried. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not sitting here acting mega confident about it, but Jesse Lingard or not, listen. If we've got, especially if we've got another centre back, which is ideal, then screw it. Who's going to win in a fight, Jesse Lingard or Kurt Zouma? I'm quite confident on that one. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's his long range shots are one thing, but that's all we restrict teams to anyway. We're going to have about 18,000 people in the way of him. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, and I know that they'll have a lift because it's their first home game of the Premier League. They've been away for a long, long time, and there'll be a great lift for the crowd, and it should be a good atmosphere. and they'll all be up for it, especially the supporters. But that doesn't necessarily convey to the pitch. When you see them, I mean, they had 6 debutants, didn't they, in that first game?
Yeah.
And you go, what? That's ridiculous to have that many changes of players. There's no big names there, but
obviously though, the manager was not confident that his championship players could mix it in the Premiership. Clearly, because of the players that he's brought in.
I think it was a mixture of that, Budge. He had a lot of players on loan last year as well, and I think he might have kept some, lost some, and he had to replace. So there's a mixture of that.
So, a team that comes up that hasn't been in the Premiership for such a long time, they want to try and create a stir. They want to make a name and make their mark. So that's why they've made signings the way they have. That's why they had 6 debutants, because they had very little choice. Because they're playing up against a reasonably well-established club in, I say reasonably well-established Premiership club in Newcastle. Yes, they've been in the Championship recently, but generally, Newcastle have been regulars in the Premiership, and they kind of know what they're doing. So, Notts Forest came up against them with 6 debutants, as you pointed out, and they were royally embarrassed. But obviously, the squad players that they haven't used, the manager couldn't have had that much confidence in them in the Premiership.
I agree, but I think it's always a mistake. I think look at what happened with Fulham last time they came up, for example. They did the exact same thing. They flooded their team with new signings, and when you come up, you've got everything going for you. You know what I mean? You've got 11 players who understand intrinsically what they're doing, where they're playing, how the movement is, all of that stuff. And when you flood it with new signings, although that might feel like a necessity from a championship team standpoint to try and compete in the Premier League, I think you're doing yourself a disservice, because all of a sudden all of your form is basically out of the window, and you're now trying to teach 6 new players how it is. I think it's a mistake on their behalf.
But when it was though, Charlie,
we were guilty of exactly the same thing though. When we were relegated, we sold a lot of our decent players. We built up another team, got ourselves back up here. And then,
but we by and large
bunged a load more players on top.
Yeah, we did. But I remember for example, the Pardew one, we largely stayed true to our championship side. Don't get me wrong, we added largely to it. But if you're looking at most of the starting 11, we pretty much stayed true to it, and we had an incredible season. And I think actually, if you look at a lot of the time, it's Sheffield United, for example, first season they came up, they stayed largely true.
Look at Brentford.
Second season they went down. Brentford, another great example. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brentford, I think they're doing themselves a disservice by doing what they're doing.
I think the only problem with I hear what you come in late. I just made myself a sandwich, late night snack, little brunch.
By the way,
I'm going to go and grab a drink. So
no worries, mate. What it is that I hear what you're saying about Forest. They did have a lot of loans, Charlie, didn't they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Kieran brought that up as well. They did, like people like Jed Spence, for example. They just had no chance. Do you know what I mean? It just is what it is. But
the thing is, they're damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't. If they don't spend and they don't try and compete, they end up like a Norwich. If they do try it, they end up like a Fulham. So where's the middle?
No, I agree with you, but it's not wholesale change. 6 debutants. 6. Yeah, that's over half your team. I don't disagree with you, but I think that's the Fulham end of extreme. And actually, you look at Fulham this time; they've come up. They actually seem to have somewhat learnt their lesson, because they've not done the exact same thing.
I think the Portuguese midfielder they've got, João something, fucking
Palid, pronounce his name. Yeah, he looks really good.
He looks really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like him. I think Fulham seem to have learnt their lesson, which doesn't mean they'll stay up, but they seem to have actually figured out what the problem was last time. And actually, one of the smart things they've got as well is some of those players that they did buy last time who flooded the team have stayed with them for an extra season and now coming good. Look at someone like Kenny Tete at right back, who came in and was one of those people that they flooded in And it's like, yeah, Robertson is another good example. And now they are sort of grown into that sort of role. It's not just a case of the absolute madness that was last time.
Forest might come good, Charlie. I mean, they might come good, but it could take them a couple of months to blend it and get it right, you know? So it's not ideal to have 6 replacements in your first team. That's what it
is, though. One thing I will say is I don't think they've got that time. They've got 7 games. Was it 5 games in August?
Yeah.
And by the time they get to sort of October's month is mental. I think there's 6 Premier League games in a month. So, yeah, I think with Forest, you can't really judge them on Newcastle away. It's another place to go and get a win. The best of time, I think we'll see what they're like. I think their home form is the only thing that's going to keep them in the league.
Yeah, we'll see what they're like on the weekend. I just going by. You can only buy what I saw, and what I saw against Newcastle was nothing. I didn't see anything, and I went, "Wow, they look a bit disjointed." You know, it looks like there's 6 new players on there. They're all over the place.
Is there anyone that you see at the weekend that you thought, "Oh, they could be in trouble this year"? Like from the first week of results.
Forest.
I mean, that's the honest answer. It is Forest.
Fulham looked bloody good. I thought they played some good football, man.
Really, my boy Mitrovic.
I think Man United might be in trouble.
About Southampton after their demolition.
Man U will come back, mate. I reckon. I'm a great fan of Ten Hag as a manager, like this style of football. I hope he gets the time to make something work for him. But I'm enjoying the chaos that there is at Man U, and I've got a funny feeling though for Ten Hag. He needs a couple of seasons. I don't know if he'll get it. I'm glad that they're a mess, but I do like him as a manager, and I think if he can't do it, they have got problems, mate. They have got problems. And I still believe they'll be up in the top 6. I still think they'll be up there.
Yeah. I agree with you, Kieran. I agree with you. Villa, maybe? I don't know. Villa, I don't know. I don't think.
What do you think on Steven Gerrard? Because I've heard so many people say he's a bit of a fraud, really. Like, he's had 2 wins out of 13 games, I think he is.
He's a work in progress, though, mate, and let's be fair. Yeah. He was always destined to become a manager, always. And he's a work in progress, and obviously Aston Villa quite like it. You know, I mean, how long that will last? I mean, the honeymoon period should surely be over by now.
Yeah, I think it is.
So obviously he's there on merit. I think they've invested a bit in their squad, haven't they, recently?
Yeah, big time. They've invested,
Yeah. So,
and who would they lose to the weekend?
And they've given
Bournemouth.
Bournemouth.
Yeah. Bournemouth, the favourites to be relegated, they lost to Bournemouth. So it's not a good start for him.
What happened to Arsenal last season then, Kieran?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not a good start for Gerrard. I'm not saying he ain't going to turn it round.
Nah,
but
it's not a great start.
Continues, half a dozen bad results in the Premier League, you're under pressure, aren't you?
Of course you are.
He's won 2 games out of the last 13 from this season and last season. Like, which is
I think you've got to put respect on his name for what he did with Rangers, and I think there's clearly something to be got at. I think, like Budgie said, I think you can't hire Steven Gerrard without committing yourself somewhat to the growth of the manager, just as much of the growth of the players. I think Villa will back that to the hilt? Probably not. I think if they're in trouble, they'll get rid. But I think for now, they're probably quite happy to back it, and actually their proactiveness in the transfer market probably backs that up as well. And it's not just the signings as well. It's also looking at people like Ollie Watkins, who may sort of be potentially on the way out and stuff like that, where it's like another manager might really use them. Actually, if they're backing Gerrard to that extent, then they're probably going to give him a while. But I don't think it would. If it continued to go horrendously, of course they would get rid of him, though. But I agree. I think you don't hire him without being somewhat backing of like we're going to grow with Gerrard.
With the project,
because he's not. Yeah,
he had more of a
finished now.
pedigree. So, see, I never agree with Lampard getting the Everton job. I thought it was ridiculous. But Gerrard had more of a shout for the Villa job because of his pedigree at Rangers. But I think Lampard will be. He's jacket on a shaky nail. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I agree.
love that expression.
Lampard's had one semi-good season with Chelsea, and that was it. And there's nothing else in his managerial career to suggest that was actually anything but luck to some extent. I mean, his time at Derby, his team that he had at Derby should have got promoted, and they didn't. Like, it was the fact he got the Chelsea job was just because of his profile, and then
but my brother, who's actually a really staunch Chelsea fan, actually states, even though Lampard had a few decent results, etc., he reckons it was a disastrous period for Chelsea. And it wasn't all Lampard's fault, because you got to remember, at that point they were on a transfer embargo.
I think he done pretty well though.
He done extremely well under the circumstances.
With what he had at that time,
etc.
When they sacked him, though, Bud, that embargo had been over, and they sacked him, and then Tuchel comes in and he wins the Champions League with the same players.
Yeah.
So that tells you.
Well, look at the job he's having at Everton to get, a decent result out of them. I mean, they've done all right this weekend, didn't they? How did they get on this weekend, Everton?
Everton, they lost 1-0 to Chelsea.
Well, that ain't a bad result, is it? Let's be fair.
Chelsea played. I watched a bit of that game, and Chelsea were good to a point, and then it was just they just sort of shut up shop. Well, I expected that to happen. Them score early, and then they shut the game down. And I think Koulibaly is going to be a good signing for them, though. I've got to be honest.
Me too.
And
so get yellow carded like ridiculously late in that game for Chelsea.
I think he did. I think he did. I don't remember a lot about the Chelsea game.
Chelsea looked like they were missing a big centre forward like Lukaku. That's what they looked like they were missing. I think he's up for South. They want him, but they might not want him.
Well, what do you think? What do you think of Chelsea this year? Do you think they're going to do anything or not?
I think they'll finish in Champions League places. That's about all I would.
I think they're good for top four, James, but I can't see him challenging for the title. I don't see that.
Listen, at this moment in time, there ain't a club out there that can challenge City or Liverpool. They're going to be them two clubs are the champions elect. Let's be honest.
I think. I agree. I think Chelsea and Spurs are relatively close, but I don't think they're close enough to be in with a shout. I think Chelsea are trying to be. Listen, if all of Chelsea's signings come off, then because like you said, I like Koulibaly. I think Raheem Sterling's a really good signing. Cucurella they've spent too much money on, but screw it, it's a good signing. I think if all these sort of things come off and they've still got some more planned, then maybe they can close that gap somewhat. But realistically, I think it's just too much for now. But I do think the top four is City, Liverpool, Spurs, and Chelsea.
Yeah, in that order, do you think? Maybe.
I would. That would be the order I would. Yeah, I would probably. That would the one I'd put money on, rather than Chelsea Spurs.
Charlie, what did you think of Arsenal? Because I thought Arsenal looked good against Palace.
Yeah, I thought they looked good. I think they're quietly sort of going about their business, fixing up for a decent season. Do I think they'll make top four? No, I think they're still probably slightly off that, but I think they look all right. And I think they've got a really decent core group of players that if they can just keep growing and keep sort of working around, then I think they've got something where in a couple of seasons maybe they'll be looking very, very good. Big test for them this season in Europe as well.
I have, apart from Man City aside, because I won't bother with them, but I have the top six. I think Tottenham were the most impressive over the weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they might challenge Liverpool for second. They might get to them, but that's it. I don't think they'll challenge City. No, I reckon it could happen.
How can you give them any credit at all?
They're really good.
I'm not having that. Sorry, I've got to put my peach out on here. You're not allowed to do that on this channel. You're not allowed to.
They're really good, though, aren't they? Though, if we're being honest about it.
Stop it.
I know.
Let's just talk about the white side of North London. We won't mention.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. It was only Southampton.
Yeah.
One of my picks for relegation, Charlie. By the way, Southampton. There you go.
I see. The thing is, I think they'll be all right. But though Southampton under Hasenhüttl, they just have it in them to get an absolute hiding at times. They're like, I think they're all right. I think they're relatively functional. I think they're in a problem at the moment where they're standing still a little bit, and that's a problem. They probably will start going backwards. The signings they've made, like Aribo from Rangers, I quite like. Outside of that, I'm not really too certain about it. But
they signed the man from Man City, didn't they? Who was the man from Man City?
Some kid. What's his name?
I can't remember his name.
He's midfielder, Belgian kid. I'm not sure. I've never really seen him play, to be honest. Apart from did he come on? Did he get substituted on? Did he start?
I think he did. Yeah, I'm sure he did.
One or two. But I don't know. I'm a bit concerned about them. But they do have the tendency to just every 6 weeks just get absolutely battered by someone.
Let's hope it's us when we come to them. We battle.
Yes, that'd be fun. I'll take that.
I think in regards to Chelsea, what you were just saying, I think this week will decide if Chelsea are contenders for the Premier League. They got Chelsea. Tottenham have got Chelsea.
Toughie, isn't it? Yeah, that's the game of the round, isn't it, James? It's it'll be interesting. Yeah, it will get an idea about where they're at, wouldn't you? Both of them, to be honest, Tottenham and Chelsea. You know,
I think if Tottenham go there and beat them, then I think people have got to start taking notice that Tottenham might be fucking hell, I don't like to say it, but contenders. Do you know what I mean?
They're very good. But again, it was only Southampton. I mean, even Eric Dyer scored a goal, ladies and gentlemen, which is how you know it was a weird game. Is when Eric bloody Dyer gets a goal.
Charlie, I know I've been slagging Dyer off for years, but having said that, when you think of all the managers that have been to Tottenham, he's been a constant, hasn't he?
Yeah.
They all see something in him. He must be good for them because he's always there. He's always plays.
I get it. I do 100% get it. There is something about Eric Dyer. I think he's relatively good, but
he's like your Tottenham sort of player, isn't it? Like one of them ones you just want to punch.
Yeah.
I don't know whatever the opposite of flatter to deceive is. That's what Eric Dyer is. You know what I mean? He flatters to actually know he's all right, but like he's just there's something he just.
It's when people call for him to be the England squad. That's when it just starts getting massively out of hand. I'm like, I can't.
The trouble is, he made the England squad a couple of times, didn't he?
Fuck that.
He was good back then, and then he stayed in it for way too long.
I swear it was.
Is he? You could tell me he was 35 and I'd believe you. You could tell me he was 21 and I'd believe you. I cannot. How old is Eric Dyer?
He's definitely late.
27.
He's about 28, I reckon, 27, 28, yeah.
Eric Dyer.
I remember his debut for fucking Tottenham. He scored against us at Upton Park.
Played it right back.
Dyer is an English professional.
He's 28.
28.
He's 28.
You and James were practically bang on the money.
Yeah,
he scored against us from right back. He's one of those players. He just sort of exists. He's their Ben Johnson, really.
I've got to ask you, Charlie,
plays everywhere. None of it really to a plumb, but anyway.
I've got to ask you this, this is a question for everyone. Who's the player that you, from like certain clubs, that you really can't stand? Because like mine would probably be, I'm not liking Son at Tottenham. I've got to be honest. I think
he's brilliant. I can't lie.
I think he's good, but I think he's a fucking like moaner and a diver and all.
Which one was that, James?
What player from different clubs?
Which one was yours?
Son for me. I'm not a fan of Son.
Yeah. That's fair. That's a fair call. Yeah, it does my head in too. I'll tell you the one I've done who's moved. Is that Richarlison?
Fucking
I don't care how good he is. I don't care how good he is. I wouldn't want him anywhere near West Ham. His face makes me want to smack.
For me, it's
miserable,
Jack Grealish.
Oh, Jack Grealish is a shout. I find him annoying. The worst thing is I'm actually quite calm about this, unsurprisingly. I don't really care that much. But at the same time, Jack Grealish pisses me off.
Yeah, but there must be someone who, like, apart from Grealish, there must be someone, Charlie, who just gets on your nerves when you're doing a watch along and thinking There
you go. Fresh said Eric Dyer, 28, 40 cat.
You know what I mean? There must be someone, Charlie, that you just go, you vile human scum.
I'm trying to think down the line now. I'm trying to go through the clubs in my head.
Right.
Because there's people like Rodri, for example, who I find really frustrating to play against, but I can't act like I don't think.
I will tell you a few, Charlie. Right, some clubs, yeah. Chelsea, Aspilicueta, is it?
No, I love a bit of Dave.
Fucking can't stand that geezer.
Love a bit of Dave.
Fucking can't stand that Dave.
Yeah, that's what the Chelsea fans call him, isn't it, Dave? Because they're too stupid to say Aspilicueta.
Yeah.
I keep telling my brother that. I love giving him grief. Lucas, the link is in there if you want to come in, sir.
Yeah, I can't stand Aspilicueta. I fucking hate that geezer.
Jack Grealish, aka Keira Knightley.
Who else is there?
I'm not that keen on Pogba, mind you, though. Who is as a person?
I quite like Pogba.
Quality player.
He don't annoy me.
I think it's not the same thing, but I think Riyad Mahrez is disgustingly overrated. I think Riyad Mahrez is a pretty good winger, and yet somehow he gets spoken about in the upper echelons, and I'm like, how?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
Not the same, but sort of similar. I'm just trying to go through.
I heard someone comparing him to Sergio Aguero, for God's sake.
When Mahrez does score a goal, it's usually a banger, isn't it? And I think that's
you're not wrong, Kieran. You're not wrong.
Yeah. And that's what gives him that sort of high profile a bit more, I think.
Freshfielder summed it up there. John McGinn is another one. Villa.
Yeah,
I love John McGinn.
You know, I like him. I'd have him at West Ham any day, mate.
I would take him in an instant.
Fucking
Lucas, welcome to the show, mate.
Hello, gentlemen. How are we?
If there's a guy who definitely has someone who he absolutely despises, it's Lucas.
This is a man. This man lives his life on grudges, so he will know.
Yeah. I mean, Lucas, you're not allowed to say any of us. Right?
I'll literally go down the whole fucking English football tier.
Give us your 20 teams, Lucas.
Go on, go from A through to W, mate.
I could do it easily.
Away you go.
Oh fuck! We already played games, so it's not in alphabetical order.
Start with Arsenal. Who do you rate from Arsenal?
Oh, there's so many. There really is. Actually, no. This one's pretty fucking easy. That I feel like I shouldn't say it on YouTube, but fuck it. That rapist, Thomas Partey. I think that's a good. I think that's a good one. Or bare minimum sexual assaulter, Thomas Partey.
What about Villa?
John McGinn's a good shout. I think he is a dirty little rat fucker, but I would take him at West Ham.
Thank you. I was about to say. Let's not lie about it.
There is a difference, yeah.
Let's go. I'm gonna say Bournemouth.
Brentford.
Yeah, let's go Brentford. Yeah.
I can't hate Brentford. I actually like them.
Yeah, I do as well. I can't think of anybody at Brentford I don't like.
Yeah. Umbermo, because he fucking always seems to play like a machine against us. That's about it. You know what I mean? For me.
Yeah.
Who else you got?
Who's next?
We've got
Brighton.
Well,
Brighton. Neil Maupay, easy cunt, French cunt.
Yeah, but we had this conversation, bro. We had this conversation. Would you take him?
No.
Yeah.
He's an
Come
absolute
on, get him in, Lucas. Get him in. Come on, you know you want it. It'll be incredible.
Who else is there? I'm just trying to think who the other one is.
What
Brighton?
Brighton is another player there who's like Adam Lallana. Can't stand that geezer.
Adam,
yeah.
He's so nothing. Adam Lallana's so nothingy. How can you hate Adam Lallana? He just sort of exists in the world.
I remember when he scored against us once and celebrated in front of us all. But yeah,
he's just
Crystal Palace next. This is way too easy. Another absolute horrid person. I can't stand his face. Horrible attitude.
Patrick,
terrible, toxic cunt.
I'm saying that to his face.
Wilfred Zaha.
Yeah,
fair enough.
I agree.
What about Chelsea, Lucas?
I like this one. I like it a lot. Oh, his face fucking infuriates me. One of the worst faces in the Premier League.
I want to guess who it is. Right? Is it a defender?
No.
Oh, it's not a defender. All right, fair enough.
Oh, he's got a fucking terrible face.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be Timo Werner, then, isn't it?
Oh no, it's that fraud Italian fucking
Jorginho.
Oh yeah, he's
he's classy as all hell, bro. What are you saying?
Yeah, would you not have him at West Ham?
No,
yes,
one of the most overrated midfielders in the world.
Bro, what are you saying? We got Declan Rice. Let's get him in. Come on.
I don't want that fraud.
F for Fulham.
Hang on, wait. Before you do, Freshfielder wants to tell you about his Chelsea choice.
All of them.
All of them. He says all of them. Yeah, go on, carry on.
Yeah, you got Everton. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
Oh my God, I wish Richarlison was still there. What an absolute cunt.
Yeah, that's the boy, mate. That's the one.
Seamus Coleman. I fucking don't like that either.
No, he's decent.
You know, I actually was a huge Lane Baines fan when he was playing. Lane Baines was
an inverted fullback with the little inside underlap.
Oh, terrible fucking bugger. Yerry Mina. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Horrible fucking little bugger.
Yes, Lucas, mate.
Oh, he's terrible. I hate him.
Yeah, you've got to admit, Charlie, Yerry Mina's a bit of a prick, isn't he?
I'll take him, bro.
I
like it. I can't act like I don't. I can't act like I'm not gonna sit here and lie and can't act like I don't like a just massive lump who's gonna piss people off. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Freshfielder's come in with a good shout because I can't stand this bloke's face. Pickford.
I can't stand Pickford, yeah.
I love
it. Them little hands.
Yeah, look. Oh, sorry, look, spelling correction. Prickford.
All I'm saying is, get Yerry Mina and his 5 Barcelona appearances in this team. Come on now, let's go.
Right.
So Fulham next.
Fulham.
Nah. Yeah, there's
Mitchell,
really...
They're all right.
Who's that?
I can't hate a fellow Balkan.
Kenny Tete. For me.
What's with Kenny Tete?
Oh, he's just a horrible bastard, mate. He has people down.
What do you mean horrible bastard? He's just a nice little lad. He's about 5'8", 5 foot, maybe not even. Just a little guy.
The bar's been set hard to impress anyone, I'll tell you.
He's a horrible bastard. Kenny Tete. His name's Kenny. What are you talking about, bro?
I've just realised what your image is, Lucas. Why Sam? Why Big Sam?
No, I do hate that
fucker. Like my spirit animal.
I think you should change that to David, Super David Moyes.
Who's the next one then? You got Fulham. Who's the next one, Charlie? You're the one who's good at this.
What would be? I think L. So Leeds.
Leeds. Oh, who's Leeds for you, Lucas? Apart from all your American cousins.
Oh, Leeds.
It would have been Rafinha, wouldn't it?
It would have been, yeah.
I actually,
it would have been.
I don't think there's anyone on Leeds for me.
What's his name?
Let me look through the list real quick.
Robin Koch.
Yeah. Is it Such? Is it? What's his name? Fucking. Strike. Defender.
Matthias Klitsch.
Yeah, Matthias Klitsch.
Is it Sonny Perkins?
I don't hate him, but he is one of the most shit footballers I've ever watched, and it needs to be investigated how Manchester United were able to farce Leeds United £30 million for Daniel James. Absolute fucking monstrosity. And you know what's sad? What's sad is some poor fucking promoted team in the next 2-3 years is probably going to pay 30-35 million for Scott McTominay. That shit fucker.
Leicester. I've got to say Vardy myself.
No, I love him.
I love Vardy.
I love how he gives it to the opposition fans. Love it. I'd love to see a West Ham player do that. Not a problem.
Who else is there?
They have definitive bastard qualities.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate Yuri Tillemans. I think he's an absolute
Me too.
cunt.
Yeah, he's a knob. Yeah.
Poor attitude, toxic, doesn't work hard. He's a cunt.
Fucking good player though.
Yeah, when he decides to fucking run.
Lucas has been hanging about with Mitchell too much. Call everyone cunts.
I'm hearing Mitch. I'm hearing it.
I'm hearing Mitch, mate. Trust me.
Mitch is like my he's my alter ego. I keep all of it inside normally.
Yeah, I must admit, yesterday
these are the late night hours. I'm allowed to say cunt on air.
Yeah, 100%. Yesterday, I was like, "Fucking Mitch, don't shut me down, you cunt." Liverpool.
Oh my God, there are so many. Can I just say fucking Jurgen Klopp? What an absolute fucking cunt. Go back to Germany.
Good lads.
I fucking hate everything about him.
He's only one of the top 3 managers in the world. So
he's only one of the top 3 helmets in the fucking world. Fuck him. He's an absolute cunt.
You've been hanging around with Mitchell too long.
I cannot stand him. He complains about everything. Just go back to fucking Bundesliga, please. When he came out after the match and said the pitch was dry against Fulham, go fuck yourself.
Oh, mate, I swear to God, if I close my eyes, you are the American version of Mitchell, mate.
Bro, James, just get worried about when you say West Ham and Thomas Suchek's on the card.
Listen, this is what happens when someone like me, I bottle it all inside, and then when it comes at about 10:41, midnight, I'm allowed to let it out. It's late night hours. So I work hard to let this all out.
Right. Give us Liverpool players apart from their manager, mate.
Okay, this should be absolutely fucking easy. So besides that absolute German cunt, there's a few. Like, I don't hate him, but I still think Jordan Henderson is one of the most overrated English midfielders of all fucking time.
Nah, don't agree with that.
Enough of that.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate Roberto.
Actually, do you know what? I've got something to say about Jordan Henderson as well. Not only is he what Lucas said he is, and I'm not allowed to use that word. I promise somebody. But not only is he one of those, he's also a helmet as well. Because in my opinion, he's just a bully boy, and he ain't that good. Right? He's one of these players that's lived off of the club reputation that he plays for.
No.
Actually, no. I'm gonna go out a limb. I'm gonna say Salah because he always fucking dives against us. Little fucking bitch. I hate him.
Fair enough. Where we at? Manchester United, isn't it?
Yes. I love
you got a jackpot at Man United.
Oh man, there are so many. I might have to do a top 5. I don't think I could pick one.
Give us your top 5. Starting
where
from 5 down to 1.
Fucking start?
In 1.
Scott McTominay, I absolutely can't stand him. He is one of not only the most shittest fucking players to have ever graced the green grass of any Premier League ground. He also is a dirty little fucker. I fucking hate Cristiano Ronaldo. He is such a fucking cunt. I can't stand him. He thinks the world revolves around him, and I know he's one of the greatest to ever play, but I don't care. That's no excuse to be an absolute fucking cunt.
What? Next.
3.
Yep.
Oh, Mason Greenwood, cunt. We all know why. Rapist, sexual assaulter.
Yeah.
2.
Ian 2.
Fucking like Ted Rogers. 3, 2, 1.
You got Frank McTominay in there.
I can't believe I scrolled over this guy's name. Bruno fucking Fernandez. Fucking rat bastard cunt.
And then the most hated player at Manchester United
is.
Oh, I didn't name 5?
No, you've named
4.
four.
You named 4. And you've forgotten this man on
well, number 1 left. That toxic fucking rat. Fucking Paul Pogba. Oh my god. What an absolute horrid fucking person. So
Lucas 4. Sitting on the bench again.
Who's the next one after Man City?
Yeah, Man City.
Ooh,
another gold mine, to be honest.
Oh, Man City.
I don't like Kyle Walker. I will say that. I think he's a good player, but I just don't.
He's so Spursy, isn't he?
Yeah.
That would be Grealish for you, Lucas. Wouldn't it?
I can't lie to you. I hated Jack Grealish at Villa because he did dive every fucking chance he got. But ever since he got to City, he is really not like
you
done
changed,
that a bunch.
Man. You changed.
He is a bit of a changed man at City.
Yeah.
But that's no excuse for still being a cunt. But he's a likable one. Wow. There's really there's none. I don't really hate anyone at City. I've always kind of had a just like West Ham Twitter. I don't know how or why this mutual alliance and respect for City, but I do kind of feel that way. I don't really. Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. Benjamin Mendy, fucking sexual assaulter.
I feel like that's a cop out. I feel like
he's still
on
their squad list.
Listen, I don't disagree, but I feel like anyone with criminal convictions is a cop out. I want irrational hatred.
Oh, he's not. He's not just a criminal. He's not just a criminal. He's a sexual assaulter. Worse.
Yeah, but I want irrational here. I want someone who's just you're pissed off to just see him on the team sheet. You know what I mean?
No one at City.
Oh, for me, that's got to be Kevin De Bruyne. Because every time he's on the team sheet, he does something incredible.
What about Rodri? What about Rodri, Lucas?
Rodri's
no, I just think he's overrated.
So
I think if he played for any other club, he would be bang average.
So you got Man City. Who's next? Newcastle.
Newcastle.
Oh, fucking Callum Wilson, cunt.
Did any of you hear that podcast, by the way, that Callum Wilson and Antonio did?
Yeah.
I will never listen to
no.
it.
Bro, it was actually, to be fair, it was pretty good. I just like the Antonio comeback where Callum Wilson took the mick out of him because West Ham had signed another striker. And Antonio was saying, yeah, I wanted us to get help. And he said, you needed help. And Antonio was like, you calm down. There's 2 strikers at Newcastle and they still want more. So you should pipe down. And I was like, full respect. Solid comeback. Solid comeback.
John Joe Shelby, isn't he?
This is honestly, I'm saying this, and this is a surprise to even me. Is he still even there at this point? He must be.
He's
right?
still there,
Yes.
and they're going to offer him a new contract.
Jesus.
But Callum Wilson, 1000% cannot stand him. He's just
St. Maximin.
Do not like. Oh no!
I love him.
No! Number 1, without a doubt. Fuck him, Miguel Almiron. He is a piece of fucking trash. A diving, cheating cunt.
Very true. Who's next, Charlie?
Newcastle. Forest.
Not the Forest. Lucas.
I mean,
cover your ears.
I love a good grudge, but I really don't want to say anything worse than I've already said. So we're just gonna
Southampton.
Jesse Lingard. Okay, Southampton. Southampton.
Was it Jegnanak as his name? Polish geezer.
Oh, Jan Bednarak, yeah.
Bednarak, that's the one, yeah.
That's a banging name.
Oh, mate. No, not him.
I gotta look.
I feel like he left. I might be wrong about that, though.
Who's the midfielder they got?
I don't like Joe Linton. I think he's an idiot. He just gives me that impression.
Romero. Is it Romero?
Oh yeah, Oriol Romero.
You know, I've never been the biggest Theo Walcott guy. But
not even the 2-0 Spurs going off on a stretcher bit.
Yeah, they don't have anyone I really hate. So nothing for me.
So who's next after Southampton, Charlie?
It would be Tottenham.
Hold on. Warning. There will be a few cunts coming up. Go on.
Yeah, just a program warning. There will be at least 5 See You Next Tuesdays coming up within the next.
Have you got 5 of them for Tottenham?
That's just the people on the screen. Way, lads. Anyway, sorry.
Have you got 5, Lucas, for Tottenham?
Let me pull up their squad list just in case I'm gonna miss any.
Like 5 ain't enough.
Man's coming prepared.
So we got
might as well start with Eric Dyer.
You know, I don't really
for 10. Eric Dyer.
I don't really hate him. I just think he's one of the worst footballers of all time. He is literally in the same tier as Scott McTominay. They are both terrible.
Oh, Lucas, can I annoy you?
Well, sure.
Scott McTominay, I'd take him at West Ham all day.
No, you fucking wouldn't.
100% would.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna let you rile me up, Charlie. I know what you're doing.
Bro, 100% would. He's pretty good. I would call him I would say he's underrated.
He's shit, Charlie, and you know it.
Bro, he's a decent midfielder.
He's decent.
Take his partner though, Charlie. Oh, Fred.
I do
agree with that.
I do fucking hate. This would have been a great Southampton pick if he was still there, but I fucking hate Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. He is a cunt. I can't stand him.
Oh no, he's a baller, mate.
Oh my god, Charlie, shush!
He's a baller, bro.
Yeah, and Harry Winks is too.
Oh,
yeah, I was gonna say, how are you gonna pick up? Are you gonna pick up Højbjerg with Harry Winks is sitting right next to him? Come on now.
About Reguilón.
Of course. Well, he's gone now, but yeah,
he's still there, isn't he? Reguilón?
Well, yeah, he is. They have him listed as a midfielder. That's funny. Oh my gosh, I can tell you the one I hated the absolute most. I wish nothing but horrible things for this guy and his life, besides death and sickness. Eric Lamela, he was a tier 1, tier A cunt.
What about Son and Kane?
I'm gonna keep this professional here. Human Son is the biggest cunt in the Premier League, and I don't care what anyone says.
I totally agree with Lucas, mate. I've said it earlier on.
I don't even have the words for this guy. He is such a little bitch. As the English would say, a pussyhole. He is the.
I've got to stop doing these faces.
He is Charmin soft.
They have 2 world-class players, and one of them's Son.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if he's the best in the world. He's a cunt.
He's incredible. I love
He
Son.
can cure AIDS.
He's probably the best left winger in the Premiership now.
He could cure AIDS, and he's still a cunt. I can't stand him.
Fair enough. Moving on.
So you've gone through the whole of the top team.
No. But like, just Human Son, he's just one of those like.
He's not done.
Big talk, and then when someone gets in his face, he's like, I'm a little bitch, and then he looks for the referee to help him.
Yeah,
the whole Kurt Zuma thing last season or 2 seasons ago or last season, where he literally just softly kicked the ball at Son and act like he just got fucking sniped from behind.
Yeah,
cunt.
Yeah, that was last season. Yeah.
Harry Kane. You know, I feel bad for Harry Kane almost. Because, like, He has to literally walk around every single day. Yes, he has loads of money. He probably has a very nice looking partner, maybe a kid or two. But if I had to listen to myself talk like that every single day, like my mouth was full of peanut butter, I would not be enjoying my life. And then obviously Richarlison's there. He is the probably, if we're talking world football, biggest cunt ever.
Yeah. Are we moving on to Wolves now?
Big nose. Don't like it. His celebrations are shit. His little chicken dance that he does, not better than Kevin Nolan. He's a cunt. We're moving on.
Wolves.
You know what? As a U.S. national team supporter, any Mexican player I really do not like. I actually quite hate them, to be honest with you, because they are a bunch of shithouse cunts. But let me look at their list.
So what, Jimenez?
Jimenez, yeah.
If I can't find someone, I'm gonna have to put him down.
Roman Saiz is my one.
Harsh the Saiz.
He's a fucker, mate. Trust me.
What about a little bit of Nelson Semedo?
I think he's not too bad, mate.
All right, I don't hate anyone on Wolves.
Adama Traore.
I don't even really hate Raul Jimenez. He's actually probably one of the people on the Mexican national team that's like way down on my list that I hate. You know who I don't like? Fucking Herrera, that plays for the Mexican national team. Oh, Hector. What a cunt.
And then finally, the big finale, West Ham. Go on, Lucas.
West Ham, who?
Issa Diop. Cunt.
What
he did today. What he did was absolute just cuntery at its finest.
No, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking that as an answer. I want an actual answer.
Oh no, I will give
Have you seen the comments about what Lucas said about peanut butter? Fucking, he's a legend, mate.
Fresh Fielder, I can hate on Jimenez because he's Mexican and I am a USA national team supporter, and that is our biggest rival. I'm telling you right now, USA-Mexico is one of the most slept-on international matches of all time. The hatred between us, it's like I don't like politics, but it goes into politics, so it makes the match just so fucking intense and crazy. It's
a mad rivalry.
It's an absolute blinder. But West Ham right now. Do I hate anyone? I don't hate anyone.
There's got to be. Youth players included. No children are safe.
I hate Issa Diop for what he did.
Nah, it's too easy. I'm not taking it.
What about Cresswell?
Okay, if Darren Randolph assaulted his wife, I hate him.
Nah, too easy. No criminal charges. I want.
That's not criminal.
What about Cresswell?
I hate him as a man for putting his hands on a woman. It's not criminal.
Yeah,
man to man.
He kicks a cat as well. But come on, I want flipping. I want irrational hatred.
Have you got over Cresswell, Lucas?
No, but I don't hate him enough to call him a cunt.
The problem with West Ham is our squad's so small. There's not really many options.
And I don't hate anyone on our squad. I can't do this.
Connor Coventry.
Yeah, I can't.
Sorry about me jumping out there, by the way, guys. My internet crashed.
Yeah,
I did think for a moment there was going to be a true West Ham random moment where we all just left and the show just endlessly continued with no one on it for a while.
Well, it kind of did in my house.
Like I said, the only closest one could be Darren Randolph because he put his hands on a woman, and you are a bitch if you do that.
Yeah, but to be fair, she might have deserved it.
You know what? I don't know all the facts, so technically you are sort of right.
The back of the right hand.
She might have been shagging Ben Rama.
Good, you know?
He is a good-looking lad. Yeah, and then who went down? Norwich. I don't really hate anyone on Norwich. Who else went down?
Bournemouth, yeah. You skipped Bournemouth.
Oh yeah,
Bournemouth.
There's no one in Bournemouth, is there?
Nah.
Lerma. Is it Lerma?
Ryan Fredericks.
Ryan
Fredericks.
It's the only Bournemouth player I can name at the moment.
I'm just thinking, I can go for it. Like, Sensi, they just signed Billings, still there, I think. Didn't they sign Kiefer Moore as well?
Yeah, Kiefer Moore.
Junior Stanislas.
Oh, fuck me. He's still there.
Hey, amazing. He's still on the bench for him. He's been there for so many years, isn't he?
It's incredible, isn't it, really? He's had a really good career.
So we got Burnley, Watford, and Norwich, who went down. Burnley. Who did I hate on Burnley?
Ashley Barnes.
Oh, he was a bit of a fucking shithouse.
Yeah, Ashley Barnes all day long. Jack Cork and all.
For me, it was Wood.
Oh yeah,
I quite like Jack Cork, you know.
Charlie, who the fuck don't you like?
I don't know. Jack Grealish. I think he's overrated. Jack Grealish is the closest that I get to annoyance.
Right, let's switch it up a little bit then.
No.
We'll go round. We'll go round.
92. All 92 teams, Budgie. Let's go for
Watford, Jeremy
No. Let's go round the board, as it were.
You spin me.
One player from each team in the Premiership that you would take from that team and bring to West Ham.
Oh, that's a good
right
shout.
Now.
I like this.
So we'll start off with Arsenal, and we'll start with Kieran first.
Arsenal.
Yeah.
Arsenal.
I would take Kieran Tierney.
Yes, brilliant fucking shout.
Good shout. Very good shout. Okay, James.
Zinchenko for me.
Great fucking shout.
Great shout. Yeah. Charlie.
Oh,
don't you fucking say it, Charlie.
I was tempted to back the boy and go Eddie Nketiah, to be fair, but
you are a Charlie.
I'll go. Do you know what? Just because I don't know, just because I've never seen a Japanese person play for West Ham, I'll take a bit of Tomiyasu.
Stop! That was gonna be mine.
Get a bit of Tomiyasu in there.
Well, it can still be.
No,
it can still be, Lucas.
I will not share, but Tomiyasu is a fantastic shout. I'll tell you who I would never fucking pick. Fucking Ben White. He is absolutely garbage. He still doesn't even know what position he plays. Arteta doesn't even know either, for fuck's sake. He's playing him at right back.
That's not the question, though. You want one you would.
The question is, who would you take?
After I just had a whole hateful, spiteful discourse, I'm trying to come down, all right? But it's hard. Arsenal, Kieran Tierney is a fantastic shout. Tomiyasu, absolute blinding shout. Zinchenko is absolutely fantastic.
You can only pick one.
Yes, clearly. I'm in between. I'm in between two right now, and it's not Matt Turner. Even though I do think Matt Turner is solid, I still don't know how he's in the Premier League, but it's whatever. It's just tough. You know what? I really like Martin Odegaard. I always have. So give me Martin Odegaard.
Yeah. For me, got to be Jesus, isn't it?
That was my other one.
It's got to be Jesus. You know, I mean, he's
very,
proven.
very
he's dangerous. He's good at what he does. Got to be him for me. Okay, next round. Aston Villa. Oh, by the way, Freshfielder says you left out the shithouse Granit Xhaka earlier on.
Oh, I can't believe I did that. He's such a cunt.
The only man to put out multiple.
All right, okay, Aston Villa. We'll go the other way around. Let's go with you first, Charlie.
Officially banged on a fucking charge for for match fixing. Absolutely fucking banged.
Villa.
Okay. Yeah.
Villa, there's a couple, you know, but if I had to pick one, I'm going to say John McGinn.
Oh my God.
There's some others I'd be tempted. There's a lot of people I'd be tempted by, but if I'm picking one, it's got to be John McGinn.
Okay.
Oh, man. Terrier. Absolute terrier.
Terrier. He's a terror squad terrier.
Okay. Well, let's go with you next then, James.
Matty Cash for me, mate.
Great shout. Great shout.
Polish legend.
The Polish legend, Matty Cash.
Nice. What about you, Kieran?
Yeah. I think I was thinking about Watkins, but I think he's always going to be a 10-goal a season at best. So, no, but McGinn for me, I'd love a terrier like him at West Ham. So I have to agree with Charlie and go with McGinn and have a nasty little bastard in the middle. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Lucas.
Arguably the best player at Aston Villa right now, and he would absolutely unlock this West Ham team.
Oh fuck! I forgot about it.
Jacob Ramsey.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What are you going to say? Coutinho.
Jacob Ramsey is an absolute baller, and I don't care who knows it.
Yeah, he's a good player. I like him.
Yeah, very good. For me, it's Lucas Digne.
That is a good shout, even though he is a bit of a cunt.
It's what he does on the grass.
It's those. I'm telling you, it's those French players with their little attitude and their negative panache. Oh, there's something about their faces. Don't like it. Fucking s'il vous plaît, amenez-moi. Au revoir. Cunt.
Bournemouth.
Yeah, Bournemouth.
Oh, I like this one.
For Wally World's sake, Ryan Fredericks, bring him back.
Love that.
Yeah, in fact, I'll back it for the boy. Wally, if you see this, Ryan Fredericks all day. Let's go.
I want to say, is it Zima or I can't remember his fucking name? The left back.
Zimmer.
Yeah, he's a good player. I like him.
Shout out to Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
That guy. Yeah.
I have him. I've got to stay away from left back and right backs, but yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I know who Charlie's going to say.
Forward play. Is it Embuemo? Is he there?
That's Brentford.
That's Brentford, not Bournemouth. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. I can't think of any Bournemouth players.
Here was Junior Stanislaus.
Yeah.
I loved him. He started well at West Ham too, that boy. I liked him.
He did,
yeah.
For the thought of any others at Bournemouth, does anyone want any Bournemouth players? Not really.
I know who
Jefferson Lerma.
Charlie wants Lewis Cook.
I'll take a bit of Lewis Cook. Do you know who I liked? I mean, David Brooks, I thought was decent. Do you know who I like? I quite liked Phil Billing as well. You know, I thought Philip Billing was like
the fact you called him Phil.
I think Phil Billing, bro.
Phil Billing.
Phil Bill himself, bro.
Phil Bill. Wow, what a name. Phil Bill.
The Denmark midfielder, formerly of Huddersfield, of course. Philip Billing. Yeah. Phil Billing. Good. Thought he was decent.
I'll tell you who I would never fucking take. Dominic fucking Solanke. What an absolute shit player.
He is he will never make it anywhere.
No, he's a donkey.
I mean, to be fair, scored a crap ton of goals last season, but yeah.
I would take. I do like David Brooks, and God bless him, but I don't think he'd really fit our play style. But you know, I've always had a liking to Ben Pearson. I always thought he was quite a decent player.
Okay, let's move on to Brentford then.
I'm
going to start this off, actually. I think I'm going to start this off. No, I don't think.
Actually, I know.
My choice would be Rico Henry right
That's
now.
who James was going to say.
Was it James? Sorry, mate.
It was one of mine, but I will change mine. I've already got someone in mind.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll go next then, bud. You can go next. Why not?
Aaron Hickey.
Great shout.
That is actually insane how he's playing right back for them right now. That is unbelievable. Unbelievably fucking weird.
He played well the other day.
What about you, Kieran?
Yeah, that Mbemo then. That's where he went, wasn't it? Came from Rangers.
He would absolutely terrorize in our squad. Oh, could you imagine being Bowen's backup? That would be amazing.
Yeah.
I like that boy. I think he could get better and better.
Yeah. Charlie?
Oh, there's a lot. I like Brentford. There's a lot of them.
Mm.
Do you know who I like?
I have a feeling who Charlie's going to say.
Who do you reckon? Mine's a bit of a left field shout. Who do you reckon?
He's a vibey guy, isn't he? He's a vibey guy.
I think he's got a vibe to him. Go on.
See, now I'm not feeling you. I was gonna say Ethan Pinnock because he's Jamaican.
I see you were. That was one of the ones I was considering. That was one of the ones I was considering. I do like a bit of Ethan Pinnock. Do you know what? Outside bet, I'm gonna go Josh De Silva, and not just because he scored. I quite like him. I think he's a tidy player. Quite like a lot about him. I like Franco Onyeka as well, but I'll go I'll go outside bet just to avoid the obvious. I'll go outside bet. But I tell you what, I was tempted by Pinnock.
And me.
Go on, Lucas. Hey?
I'm gonna keep it non-obvious. Like we could all obviously say like Ivan Toney, but King Lewis Potter. Still really wish we got him.
Yeah, I forgot about him.
I was gonna say those were the two I was expecting everyone to say.
Yeah,
I should have went Ethan Pinnock. I love a Jamaican.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Who are we going to go with next? Then Chelsea, innit?
Brighton.
Brighton.
Brighton. Yeah.
Shout out, Joe.
Okay. Right, go on. Lucas, you can go first on this one. Brighton.
Oh, Brighton. You know what? If we didn't get Areola back, I always would have loved to get Robert Sanchez. He's not my pick, but I think he's such a good goalkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
And if he was in a Big Six side, he could arguably be a shout for one of the best keepers in the league, in my opinion. Brighton.
I can't even think of a Brighton player at the moment. My head's gone.
You know, ever since fuck. You know,
if you say Danny Welbeck, I'm going to be worried about it.
Hell, actually, you know, I'm going to go with an obvious one because he would be so good in our team, and Moyes would absolutely love him. Leonardo Trossard.
Yeah,
good shout.
Yeah, he's decent.
Oh, he just screams David Moyes.
He does.
He does. Yeah. Go on, then, James. Who you got?
Lamptey for me. I don't know what it is with me and left back and right backs tonight, but
yeah, no, I get that. Good shout.
I love the fullback position. That's like my favorite. I love that position.
Yeah, Lamptey for me.
Mm-hmm. Charlie, I'm giving you time to think, Kieran.
I would be. Do I think he'd work at West Ham right now? No, but I would be deep into Pascal Gross.
Oh my god! I knew you were gonna fucking say that, Charlie.
Oh, he's so silky, though. He threw balls. Imagine him feeding the boys.
God.
Imagine him feeding Antonio Bowen and come. Oh, come on.
Actually, I got to agree with you, Charlie, because I think his passing, his first time passing, really, he's sort of comparable with Pablo Fornals, but I think he's slightly more silky about it than Pablo is.
Another good shout. Another shout I was going to have was Jacob Moder. I think he's really good.
Okay.
Polish.
Yeah. Midfielder. Yeah. See, I'd have to go with Lewis Dunk.
That is a good shout. He is such a West Ham player to me.
The fact Sam Allardyce was trying to sign him years ago when Allardyce was with us.
Lewis Dunk would score so many set-piece goals for us. It's not
he
even
would.
funny.
Yeah, he's a younger version of our Craig Dawson, I think, and probably,
he is
slightly better on the ball.
What about the Scottish sensation? What about the Scottish sensation, Alexis McAllister?
McAllister.
He is literally a Lanzini regen.
Yeah, 100% is.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying this pineapple juice.
Love that from you.
And you're drinking
just to throw that in.
You're drinking fancy, and I see that glass. And you got a turtleneck on?
Man's bougie tonight. Budgie's got.
It's boys' night. Budgie's got the turtleneck on.
Budgie's kind of sauce.
No, it's one of those bloody sports tops that's supposed to keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter.
I'm gonna go with turtleneck. So
I can honestly say it don't work. Yeah, turtleneck. Thanks.
You look like you just got back from wine night at a very expensive wine house.
You're looking classy, Budgie. You're looking classy.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not very often I'm seen without a West Ham top on, if I'm honest, these days. I've got so many of them to choose from now. Ridiculous. Okay, so right, we'll move on then.
Has to say one.
Yeah. I think you're taking anything that was any good at Brighton, so
Solly March is a good shout, Kieran.
Solly March, yeah. Be honest, I'd rather just pick from the best that you've picked, because the only boy that's really impressed me there is Trossard.
Oh, you could say Mwenpu or Concedo, the Ecuadorian or Zimbabwe, Zambia.
I don't want to be anywhere near West Ham. No.
Okay.
No, I do like Trossard, though. I think he suits.
Yeah.
Suits
I'll share it with you, mate.
Yeah, that's what you get from me.
So Chelsea next, yeah.
Mine is easy.
Go on, James. I'll let you go first.
I've got to go before Lucas. I'm going to nick his one.
Right. Chelsea. I'm going to say Koulibaly for me.
Good shout.
Why? Yeah. Okay. Go on, Kieran.
Well, I'll take a few from Chelsea. I'm guessing Lucas is into Pulisic, but
wrong.
I would still take Kante in a heartbeat. Still take it.
Yeah.
I bet Lucas
that would have been my number one choice, but go on, Kieran, you get it, mate.
James, I expect a better guess from you. You know me. You know me better than that.
Yeah, I do. Who's the Balkan there? Who's the Balkan?
Mateo Kovacic, baby.
It's Kovacic.
Oh yeah.
Hakim
he would be class in our team. Mateo Kovacic is an absolute baller.
The Croat. The Balkan cousin.
Yes.
Well, okay.
He's like a son. I don't know what fucking number he wears.
8, bro.
Mateo's on the ball again.
Go on, Charlie. Who would you take out of the Chelsea lineup as listed by Google?
Who would I take? It's a good question.
Oh, Chelsea's got a lot of fucking players I'd take. Sheesh. I mean, they do have like 81 fucking first team registered players. That fucking,
it's a little bit wild. I can't lie to you.
That fucking money laundering institution they have going on over there.
You're not wrong. Do you know who? What's it? Rhys James.
Oh God. I mean, yes.
That's a good shout.
Real good shout.
So
Shall I
good.
tell you mine?
And we got Matt Mazzaglia.
Shall I tell you mine?
The American.
Go on.
Shall I tell you mine? He scored 2 goals against us in our home game against them last season, but he weren't playing for Chelsea. Conor Gallagher.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Another Charlie Walsh terrier.
He is a terrier.
Yeah,
I'm surprised no one went Broja. I'm surprised no one went Broja.
We could have brought Rice's mate over a mount, couldn't we?
I'm surprised no one said Raheem Sterling.
Oh, do you know what? I honestly would go for Thiago Silva over any of them other names that you just mentioned.
I love a bit of Thiago Silva.
Roger, you're not going to go.
And he's got a great song.
Budgie, I'm shocked. You didn't go for the Jamaican Raheem.
No. Well, no, the reason is because for me,
he only scores versus country.
Conor Gallagher for me is the future for me. Like he's going to be the next big thing in international football. Trust me.
We'll see.
He's going to be. He's that good. He's that.
Charlie,
good,
did you say anyone?
Yeah, Rhys James.
Oh yeah, I expected you to go Ethan Ampadu. Honestly.
See, no. Here's the thing: if he hadn't cut his hair, I would have been 10,000% on it. But since he cut his hair, dead to me.
See, I'm not gonna say I'm reading Charlie.
Shalaver ain't a bad shout, though, is he?
I'm not reading Charlie like a book, but we are in the same vibe tribe.
I can't believe no one said the best DM in the world.
Don't fucking say his name.
Kante.
Ruben Loftus.
Yeah, no, that's who Kieran said.
Ah, well done, Kieran. Well done, mate.
And that's why I said Gallagher, because he'd already taken Kante, who would have been my first choice.
Well, who's next? Crystal Palace?
Crystal Palace, yes.
Palace. Who the fuck is Palace?
I've got to get Lucas pissed.
I'll go straight.
My shirt was off in Carpenter's.
Hang on, let's have Charlie's choice first.
Elise. Michael Elise is a baller.
Michael Elise,
so good.
Yeah.
Can't lie, Charlie Walsh seems like a huge Jeffrey Schlupp or Jario Friedewald guy.
I fucking love Jeffrey Schlupp.
See,
he's just the best.
We are in the same vibe tribe, Charlie. I know you.
I cannot tell you. Look, my real answer is Elise, but I fucking Jeffrey Schlupp all day. I love him.
That's a great last name in America. Schlupp is like not an insult, but it's like a name call. Like a schlupp is someone who's like lazy or like poorly dressed, or
my man's called Jeffrey Schlupp. Schlupp sounds like the sound I make when I drink, bro.
Like
I love
you
him.
You walk up to your mates and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" You just like, "What's up, you schlupp?"
Yeah, mate. Leicester City Premier League winner Jeffrey Schlupp. No mind. Ghanaian sensation. I love him. I absolutely adore this guy.
Oh, I've just noticed something that's a bit naughty. Oh, I'm looking on the Google. I'm looking on the Google player listing for Crystal Palace. And right at the bottom, it lists James Tompkins wearing a Betway West Ham shirt.
Oh, what a lad!
Oh, mate, he's got to be my choice just for that reason only.
I thought you were going to say you googled Jeffrey Schlupp with safe search off, and it just all went a bit.
No. I don't do stuff like that, mate. No. But yeah, James Tompkins wearing a West Ham shirt in the Google listing. That's funny. So, Kieran, who you going with?
Oh, just to annoy Lucas, I'm having Zaha. Get him in.
Love that.
My teeth are literally crunching right now in anger.
Go on, Lucas. Who's your choice? And you can have a retort back to Kieran.
Definitely not that fucking cancerous player who would absolutely destroy our dressing room. But again, Zaha, he's a decent player. I kind of want to troll and say Sam Johnson. But honestly, if I had to guess, because I'm going to keep guessing Charlie's picks, it was going to be Jeffrey Schlupp or Sam Johnson, just because Charlie is known to have just a random troll of a pick. I know him.
I love Jeffrey Schlupp.
I think I know who Charlie's is.
No, Charlie's already said Michael Elise.
Yeah. No, the real answer is Elise. Jeffrey Schlupp.
I'm gonna have to take James's pick. I think I'd have to go as a.
I'm not. Oh, you took my pick, but I'm gonna go Mitchell.
Oh,
Mitchell.
Okay, yeah, Tyrick Mitchell.
I was also thinking Will Hughes because it's just Will Hughes.
I've got to think about right back and left backs. I'm like, what's fucking going on? Yeah, but Mitchell.
Probably because he needs one.
At least is the best shout there.
Yes. 2 girls, 1 schlupp. Love that.
Yeah. None of us have mentioned Mateta.
Jack Butlin.
Jack Butland, yeah.
The
He's
real
there.
England number one.
Jean-Philippe Mateta.
Nathaniel Klein is there as well.
Oh God, I can't stand him too.
Right.
Hey, oh.
Oh, okay.
Him and Danny Rose.
James MacArthur, midfielder.
I like that.
Wow. Right, okay, so who's next? Crystal Palace. Everton, yes.
Relegation candidates, Everton.
This is fucking hard.
I've got my one. I've got mine picked already.
Yeah.
Another one. Okay. Annoying Luke.
Right, well, go on, Kieran. You very rarely go first, so you can have your pick first.
Pickford's in, mate. I reckon he's one of the best keepers in the league.
He's just on the edge for me. Like he's a good shithouse. I do.
Yeah.
Except when we play him. When we play him, he annoys the absolute fucking piss out of me.
Mm-hmm.
As a shot stopper, he's as good as anyone.
He is
James, who are you going with for Everton?
Anthony Gordon.
Yes, great shout.
Good shout. Good shout. Charlie.
I'm gonna go Dwight McNeil.
I like that pick.
Very good shout. Good shout. Lucas?
I can tell you definitely who not.
Dele Alli.
Oh, I missed this guy too. Fucking Dele Alli. What a cunt. He is.
James Tarkowski?
I don't like him either. He is
Me
also
either.
a cunt.
Yerry Miller?
He's got big ears as well.
Yeah, he looks like a fucking chipmunk.
Yeah, he do. Go on, who are you going to take out of Everton and bring to West Ham?
I have to address this real quick. I still think it needs to be investigated how the fuck Alex Iwobi is blood related to the greatest showman in Premier League history, JJ Okocha. It is a crime. It is an absolute crime. Anthony Gordon is such a good shout. I'm not going to pick Dominic Calvert-Lewin unless we were holding a fashion show and I needed a man to wear a skirt. I would go, and I'm not picking Tom Davies either because he would be second in line to wear a skirt at the fashion show. I would go, you know what? I really do rate Nathan Patterson. I think he's going to be a very solid Premier League player.
Good shout, that one, yeah. What about him?
Could be.
Yeah.
And he doesn't wear skirts as far as I know.
Have we missed anyone except for me?
No, it's just you.
It's just me. Damari Gray.
Then.
Damari Gray, no question about it. Typically a David Moyes. Mate, that boy is fire.
You know who I would have said about 6 years ago? Michael Keane.
Yeah.
But unfortunately he is dog shit. Or is the Liverpool faithful, Everton faithful like to say gobshite.
He's pretty average, isn't he?
I swear, I thought he was going to be the greatest fucking English center half that's ever existed.
Okay, so do we know enough about Fulham to go with who you would take out of Fulham and bring to West Ham?
Next question.
Lucas knows.
No, Charlie, you can take him. I'll find someone.
He is large and in charge.
He is Charlie's man crush.
He is large. He's in charge. He scored a brace at the weekend, and you just can't stop him. His name is the Serb Aleksandar Mitrovic.
And what else is he? What is he?
A massive bastard, bro.
He's fucking Balkan.
Get him in. Born in the former Yugoslavia, mate. Get him in.
Okay.
But I'll be disappointed if you don't name a certain somebody.
Also, Nathaniel Chalobah, but carry on.
Okay. James, go on. I'll let you go next.
Robinson for me.
Yes, ooh. Anthony.
Yes.
USA. USA.
Is the boy there Cavallo?
Yeah, no, he's at Liverpool now.
No, Neeskins Cabano.
Oh, sorry.
Are you talking about him?
Yeah, Cabano, sir.
Cabano. Is that who you mean, Kieran?
He's decent, yeah. The winger.
Don't know many Fulham players.
Yeah.
I've got a list in front of me.
Who hasn't spoken yet?
You go next, Budgie.
Who are you?
Oh, me. Well, I have
Just
to
get
be
him out
honest
the way.
with you. I don't know. I don't know enough about what Kenny Tete are you talking about? Because
no,
it's not who I would have. No, I actually would go with Bobby Reid.
Yes, the Jamaican DJ has spoken.
The Cordova Reid.
Yes,
I would go with Bobby Reid. He's looked pretty good.
Shout out Jamaican Patties. Shout out Jerk Chicken.
Had 3 loan spells at Plymouth Argyle.
Has he?
Yeah, I love it. I think he's great. I like him a lot.
He's looked pretty good in what I saw a little thing on YouTube. You know the clips
cheeky comp
put together and that. And I watched that, and he was quite useful in it. You know what I saw. So yeah. Okay. Who's next? Fulham, Everton. No,
I need to say mine.
Everton's done.
Leeds. I
Leeds.
need to say my player.
After Lucas is busted out.
Oh yeah, go on, Lucas. Who are we going with?
This player is really good.
Okay.
And he would be the perfect backup to Jared Bowen. And it's the funniest name in the Premier League, Harry Wilson. Funny name. It's a funny name.
Here comes Harry Wilson.
Here comes Harry Wilson down the wing. Harry Wilson's on the ball again.
Oh, mate. You should go into League 2. You see Jerry Wilson and Gary Wilson. But, next up is Leeds.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me. There's at least 10.
Oh, got your American cousins in there.
I mean, Brendan Aronson should have had a fucking goal, of course. Fucking took it back.
Oh, that's an hard one there. Leeds. Who do I have?
Well, for me, I'm going to go first, actually. I'm going to go first. Junior Firpo.
Oh.
Love the yellow card.
Yeah. He's a trier, though, mate. That's what I like about him. He's a trier.
Charlie, I feel like my vibes are telling me you're going for someone that's injured.
I see with Leeds, that's like half the team, to be fair.
I have someone in mind.
If I get in front of Charlie, I've got a feeling I might pick him. Who he's going to go?
I'm intrigued, CD. Go on. Lay it down. I'm intrigued.
I thought Luke Ayling.
That's a good
shout. Oh, that's a good shout.
That's a great shout.
He was one of the two I was considering. I do like Luke Ayling. I do. You know this. CD, you've got the unfair advantage here of being on disabled team a lot when I'm in the comments.
Yeah.
Seeing me talking about Luke Ayling.
Yeah.
Charlie, can I have a guess at the
At the other?
At yours, yes.
Yeah, go on.
I just want you to tell me yes or no. Is he a defender?
He's not a defender.
Oh, you cheeky fucker.
He's not a defender.
Well, I was going to say, never mind, because he's going to be mine. Go ahead.
Go on.
No, you go.
Do you know what? I'd take Jack Harrison, you know.
Yeah.
It's a good shout.
Yeah,
I do like him.
I quite like a lot Jack Harrison's got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, Luke.
Tenacious.
Well, I mean, where do I begin? I've always said if I never found West Ham, the second club that I would have maybe wished or hoped that would have found me would be Leeds, because I do like Leeds. I just think they have like I don't know. I just see the West Ham in them. I don't know. It's weird. They're just a bunch of fucking bastards.
Shout out, Tom.
I do appreciate Leeds. Obviously, Brendan Aronson, Tyler Adams, Jesse Marsh, love them to bits. if Patrick Bamford didn't get hurt every fucking waking minute of his life's existence, I'd probably take him. I love Joe Gelhardt as well. I think he's going to be a baller. But my pick is the most West Ham player in this squad. And his name is Stuart Bloody Dallas.
Oh, Stuart Dallas, yeah.
Charlie, that was who I thought you were going to pick.
That was my third choice. Choice.
I tried.
So I actually want to give out a little award now for the best name that I've seen tonight. Goes to a Leeds United player, and it is Crescencio Somerville.
That is such a lovely name. I thought you were gonna say Robin Koch.
Who is your one? Who is your one, Charlie? Number one.
Harrison. I'd say Harrison. I quite like a lot of Harrison's got going on, but
Robin Koch also a good shout.
Keeling wasn't the other one.
I'm gonna go for the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Melia is a great shout.
Yeah,
great shout.
Thinking that myself.
Yeah, really good shout.
So
who's next?
Is so good.
Leicester.
Oh, I've got one straight away. I was going to put him in my fucking dream team. I took him out and.
Go on, you go first, then, James. Go on.
What's the three-barreled name, Charlie? You know what I'm on about.
Dewsbury Hall.
Dewsbury Hall, West Ham. Yeah.
Great shout.
Kieran doesn't rate that. Says bloody.
Is that your pick?
Names.
Yeah, James.
Yeah.
Kieran Dewsbury Hall. Yeah, right, okay. Go on, Lucas. You're quite vocal with everybody's choices. Let's have yours next.
I do just love taking a guess, but I do know for a fact Kieran would not stand to have Kieran and Dewsbury Hall on our squad. Double barrel names, absolutely fucking not.
It can't be done, Lucas. You know that.
The only one is there's only one, and may God rest his soul, Nigel Ryoko. Only one. There's only one exception. There's a good few. I mean, Patson Daka, I think, would be so good for us. Harvey Barnes is literally a left winger. Jared Bowen, regen. I fucking love JV Vardy. He is a fucking shithouse fucker. I still think it'd be hilarious if we signed Luke Thomas. Oh my god. This is a tough one. I'm gonna go for. I don't want it to be obvious, but I'm gonna be the one to do it. James Madison. He'd be fucking amazing in our team.
Yeah, that would have been mine.
Yeah.
So now you got him.
And Charlie, I have your player guess.
I think I know Charlie's man. I don't know.
Okay, go on.
Is he a midfielder?
No.
He's a defender.
He is a defender.
I'm going to say it's either James Justin or Pereira.
It's Yannick Vestergaard. He's fucking huge.
Fucking leave it out.
He's like the tallest.
I thought you were going to say Johnny Evans for a minute.
I thought you were going to go with. I thought you were going to go with fucking Hamza.
Nah.
Hamza Chowdhury. He's great. He's great.
2 meters of him. Let's go. Imagine him from corners. Mate, just towering over the.
He's the Peter Crouch of fucking defenders.
Yes, great.
And he's got a right old stare about him and all, hasn't he?
I love that.
He's got a bit of the Nordic about him. I love it, mate.
Yeah. Who hasn't guessed yet? Kieran, you haven't yet. I mean, you got guessed.
I'll go with an obvious one. Probably. I'd love to have Madison, Vardy. God, I'd have him. I don't care if Vardy's 37. I'd have him for a year. Harvey Barnes. I'd have.
Great shout. That would have been one of mine. Yep, brilliant shout. Well, I happen to like Daniel Amati.
He's not bad.
Yeah, okay. I can back that.
That one's indeedy.
No, Vestergaard.
Thinking about
it's all about Vestergaard.
He's so tall. He's like twice his height.
Yannick Vestergaard, you are the love of my life.
Exactly.
Liverpool next.
Liverpool.
It's gonna be tough.
Right.
I've got
okay.
One.
this is where we will not and cannot agree, I reckon.
Yeah.
And when we get to City as well, I don't think we're going to agree either. But anyway, what I mean is I don't think that our first choice will match anyone else's. I think we'll all have a different opinion of who should be picked out of these teams. So Liverpool. Let's go with Charlie first.
Jordan Henderson.
Hey.
Oh, great! Now your real choice.
Fucking police.
Yeah, now your real choice. Go on.
Jordan Henderson. One of the best captains in the Premier League. Leader, legend. What a man.
You know, I'd be a good leader on the pitch, but I'm shit at football, so.
Yeah, so you're not Jordan Henderson, who's as silky. Listen, Jordan Henderson. Jordan
Apart from
Henderson.
calling
Right?
everyone on the team.
He's as silky as gravel.
He's silky like Tom Jones' voice. It's a beautiful thing. Let's go. Come on.
Go on, James.
Luis Diaz for me.
You fucker.
So many.
Go on, Kieran.
Yeah, Diaz. That was my little tinkering, but it's not as if you're spoilt for choice, is it? Thinking about West Ham, what we need, I'm going to go Van Dijk.
Good shout. Brilliant shout.
But what about if we had Vestergaard as well? We might not need Van Dijk.
Well, imagine Vestergaard and Van Dijk together.
Van Dijk on the bench for 3 months anyway.
Budgie, you can't be doing that to me.
He's not Premiership ready.
Imagine just the absolute unit of a defence that would be him and Vestergaard together.
Him and Vestergaard together would be immense.
Close to
and Zuma as backup or as the third central defender.
The third. It would just be a wall. You'd love it.
And then you have two wing backs like James suggested earlier. You know, you have what's his face out on the left, you know, the flaky one, Cornet out on the left, and Cornet on the left, and you have I don't know, who would you have on the right running that? Ben Johnson.
Just a great shot. Big man, I love
it. That would be nice. Right, so who have we? Lucas. Who are you going with, mate?
Gareth Barry Regen. James Milner.
Oh, Jamie Milner.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, get Jamie Milner in.
I'm going for Diogo Jota.
I can't believe no one said Thiago.
Because he's overrated.
I haven't actually selected one yet, but it wasn't going to be him anyway. Mine is Keita. How do you pronounce it? Naby Keita. Yeah, him. I love him. I think
How do you pronounce the Irish goalkeeper's name? His first name?
Keller, isn't it? Or
I'll tell you what it looks.
Isn't it like? Is it? No, it's not.
It's Irish as fuck.
I've never known.
Callum, isn't it? Callum, I think you'll find.
That's how they pronounce. That's how you pronounce.
Yeah, well, they spell Siobhan with a B instead of a V. You know, mate. Listen, I have Irish roots.
Oh well, they make a good Guinness at least.
Yeah.
As far as isn't it meant to be something like Kevin or close to Kevin?
Yeah.
Or Callum.
I can pronounce.
Oh no, it's an I, not an L. Hey, how about having my glasses on? That's an I, isn't it?
So who we got next?
Oh yeah.
Manchester United.
Manchester United.
Budgie, how's that name spelled? The Irish name. I'll tell you.
It's spelled Caoimhin.
Right. Fuck knows.
Oh, great! Oh, that's
just
great.
like Aspilicueta. We'll call him Kevin.
Yeah, we'll call him Kevin. Yeah, that's about right.
That was incredible. It's spelt like this. 1, 2. Right. Okay.
Oh, you know it's another good shout that I should have said. Fucking Simicast. Should have said.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm an idiot.
Actually, my choice from Liverpool should have really been Jurgen Klopp. Anyway, carry on.
Manchester United, there.
Yeah, Man United. Come on in. Right, I'm going to go first with Manchester United, and I am going to go with Jadon Sancho.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Get him in.
Yeah.
I already know who fucking Charlie's picking.
Who's Charlie picking, Lucas?
I'm not saying his fucking name.
See, I don't know who I'm picking yet. Got a couple of options here. No, I know who I'm picking. Go on, Lucas.
You're right. Okay.
All right. The way he said that, he's not picking the guy I was going to say, but he knows how I feel about him. I said it earlier how I feel about him.
Who's that? Slabhead?
The fucking Gerber baby.
Bro, I'm picking Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes. You want to talk about the solution to the cam problem we've got? The
solution.
Bruno in there.
The Portuguese only
Christian
cause
Eriksen
problems.
would also solve that as well, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah,
the Portuguese only cause problems. They cause issues.
Okay.
Thank God you didn't say Scott
James,
McTominay.
who would you bring out of United?
The goalkeeper.
Oh, Jamesy. Again, I thought I'd bring in. I've already bought him Pickford. The higher again. Yeah, what a keeper.
Ah, here we go. Hang on. Hold up. Look. That is from Freshfielder.
There we go.
It is pronounced Kevin. There you go. Nice one. Nice one. Thank you, John.
Let's go.
My brain has officially melted.
But look, because I didn't notice it before, look, it's Kevin. All right, shout at me, mate. I wouldn't mind.
Right? I've got a great niece. And her name's Quiver, and she lives in Ireland, right? And it's a very traditional Gaelic name, but to spell it, Quiver, it's spelled Caomihe. Doesn't make sense.
I still think one of the most badass sports of all time is Gaelic football.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Great sport.
Great game.
Oh, mate.
Anyway,
a better sport is being in a Dublin bar and nicking somebody else's Guinness. That's a much better sport.
I'm gonna stick with a boy I named earlier, and because I just wanted, the name Fred. I know
Fred. Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. So, Lucas, who are you taking?
Tom Heaton.
Oh.
It's like, I would go with.
Man hit a fight,
Phil Jones.
You know what? I think he's going to be I think he's actually going to be a very good player. I'm going to go with James Garner.
That's a great shout.
Okay. Really good shout. I am a little surprised that nobody mentioned the player that we've been linked to in the last few days. Eric Bay. He's not a bad shout, mate.
I think he'd be. I'll tell you what. I think the rumor was like £8 million. I think that is as good of a punt as you could have on someone.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, he's not been terrible at United, and yeah, he has had a little injury issue, but But another good shout would have been.
Who was that?
Who was that? Oh, Eric Bay. Eric Bay.
Linked to him, were we?
Yeah, we were linked to him a couple of days back.
And if he also wasn't injury prone, I was going to say Luke Shaw, but he gets hurt all the fucking time.
Luke Shaw's a great, decent left back. What about Aaron Wan-Bissaka? Another player that we
He is literally just an English Sufal, if you ask me. Except they do the complete opposite of each other good. So, like, Wan-Bissaka defends well, can't get forward. Sufal gets forward well, not the best defender.
Okay, so let's go across the other side of the city.
You know, you could call them the yin-yang of each other.
Oh.
Ooh, very good. Right, let's go across to the other side of the city.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
And
I'll go first. Don't worry, guys. I got this. Haaland.
Go on.
Don't worry, guys. I did it. You're welcome, everyone.
Haaland.
I would take. Listen, guys. I know it's outside bet here. I would take Erling Haaland. Okay, maybe second choice. Nice guy. He's all right. You know, I'll take him.
Well,
Charlie, that is an outrageous take.
I would go for Cancelo.
Oh, what a fucking
great shout. You have got a bit of a thing about defenders, haven't you, James?
I know that.
He loves
just a little. Just it hasn't really been noticed, so let's just brush over that. So go on in, Lucas. Who are you going to go with?
Fuck me. I mean, the options are. I mean, this is like being high and walking into the. This is like high and being walking into the candy store. The American candy store. Fucking A.
Don't you say mine. I'm gonna be upset.
I have a feeling it's between two because I do love myself an attacking midfielder. And you know what? I think this guy is just different fucking gravy. Shout out to Eddie Hearn. You, my lad, are different gravy. Bernardo Silva.
You fucking wanker.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go.
Oh man, my favourite player outside of West Ham is Bernardo Silva.
He is so fucking good. I thought you were gonna go Kevin De Bruyne.
He is so good.
Silva. I love Silva. I think he's one of the best players in the Premier League.
I really do think, you know, I've never seen. He kind of reminds me. His work rate reminds me of Bowen's. You just do not see attacking players with that elite of a work rate.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Great player.
Go on, Kieran. Who are you going to go with, mate?
Well, Bernardo Silva's my pick, but just for the sake of difference, I'll take little Phil Foden.
It was between those two for me.
Great shout. Charlie.
Ruben Diaz.
I do like a bit of Diaz, I can't lie. I don't. There's so many. Do you know what? Gundogan. I bloody love Gundogan. Ilkay Gundogan, right?
He's very underrated, isn't he, Charlie?
I really think
good.
He's as well.
He was my number one choice. Thank you very much for that.
I can pick someone else. I'll pick someone else.
No. Go with it because I have got another player.
I remember seeing him at Dortmund and just thinking he was incredible. And then he came
Budgie is going Scott Carson.
No, he's not. No, he's not. And I'm not going to go with De Bruyne either because it's unrealistic. I would go with Laporte.
They're all unrealistic, but can't get any of them.
Laporte is a great shout.
I would go with Laporte. So
I still would not mind Nathan Ake. I think he's a good defender.
This next one is going to be a really good one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are 4 hours and 2 minutes in. And we have finally reached the player that we would take from Nottingham Forest.
Fucking hell, this is going to be the toughest one.
It's going to be a good one.
Charlie's is Steve Cook.
I'm going to say Joe. Is it Joe Worrell? Is it?
Yes.
Worrell,
yeah.
The worst thing is, Lucas, is my brain was going, oh, but Steve Cook.
And there's such a vibey name in here that Charlie's gonna love.
Yeah, but I'm surprised there's someone that you haven't already said, Lucas. I mean, you spoke about for ages.
Nah, Brendan Johnson's not a vibey name.
I'm just gonna say it. You definitely would love a little bit of Oliver Hammond.
Oh, hello.
And he's Welsh.
Dean Henderson.
Oh, mate, Wayne Hennessy.
I could do with a little bit of that.
I'm trying to think through Nottingham Forest.
They got Hennessy in England.
I'll tell you, he's not a bad player.
Yeah.
Is it Nico Williams? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Neco Williams. Yeah.
Neco.
Another great name has just popped up. Alex Mighton.
American. He just changed his nationality to America.
Has he?
Yep.
Hang on, I'm having a little Wikipedia look at him now. Born in the United States, he represents England at the youth international level.
He just submitted his papers today, actually.
Hartford, Connecticut. He was born. And he's a forward for Nottingham Forest. What a great name.
Bristol, Connecticut is the home of ESPN, the headquarters.
Oh.
Wow.
But I'm going to say it. I'm going to make this. I'm going to say this now.
Joe Lolly.
Joe Lolly is an incredible name. I'd take Jesse Lingard.
Would you fuck off?
I can't lie to you. I would. I can't lie to you. I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. I would take him.
What about that Orel Mangala? Mangala, yeah. He looks like he's got a decent shirt on.
They're all shit, mate. They're all shit, and we're beating them 4-0 next week.
Love
Fuck them. Don't want one of them. None of the Forest players.
James, I'm surprised you didn't go with a certain someone who plays in the midfield that we both really like.
Lewis O'Brien.
Not my pick. I'm going straight with the vibes. This is a Charlie Walsh, Lucas Piscarch vibe tribe combination pick. Baba Fernandez.
Oh, yeah.
What a name. Baba.
Unreal.
And then Scott McKenna has to be the most Scottish name of all time.
Pretty Scottish. Pretty Scottish.
Nuno da Costa. I wonder where he's from. Oh, Cape Verde.
Mama.
Nuno da Costa. You would have thought he was like Mexican or something. You know? Right. Okay.
Puerto Rican name.
Yeah. We've actually skipped past Newcastle. Do them.
On to Newcastle, mate.
On to Newcastle, yes, indeed. Okay, so who wants first pick?
I'll go first.
Go on in.
Harry Potter, he's coming for you. I'm not picking John Joe. I don't want to be obvious. I'm giving a quick little scan before I say it. Actually, I'm not gonna lie here. If I could pick any midfielder in the Premier League to partner with Declan Rice, it would have to be Bruno Guimaraes. He is a baller. Declan Rice and Bruno Guimaraes would be the best midfield combo in the Premier League, no question.
Yeah.
So that is my pick, Bruno Guimaraes.
I've got two.
James is going to go for Sean Longstaff.
No, I'm not. I'm going for Kieran Trippier.
Brilliant shot. I love that.
You're obsessed with the fullbacks.
I know. I can't let go. I can't let go.
I want to go Dan Burn.
Charlie just loves large men.
He's huge, bro. He's bloody massive.
No wonder why me and Charlie are best mates.
Lucas, what I want you to do is I want you to just quickly go to my Twitter and check my header, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just check my header on Twitter, please. Dan Burn, he's big. He's almost 2 meters.
I do love a big man. Yes. You are so right. Oh, that's fucking amazing.
So, Kieran, what about you, mate?
Newcastle.
Newcastle, was it? Right.
Yeah.
Look, simple. To save the argument between fucking Areola and Fabianski, I'd bring in Pope and put both of them fuckers on the bench and say, sit there for a while.
That was my second choice. That was.
If this was 5 years ago, and like ball distribution wasn't such a big fucking deal, which I still don't think it is, Nick Pope would have been my shout. If Fabianski was literally 2 seconds quicker at kicking the ball downfield or throwing it, I would still probably like him in goal, but he's just so slow.
For me, Jamal Lewis.
That's decent. You don't see a lot of Northern Irish lads make it to the Premier League. I like that shout.
Yep, he's a good kid.
I've got to go somewhere. I'll catch you all later.
All right,
bye,
mate.
Kieran.
Take it easy.
Bye,
yeah. See you soon, buddy.
Talk to you later, boys. All the best. Take it easy.
All right, boy. Take it easy. Right. So, go on, piss off. Nottingham Forest, Newcastle, LMN. Who's next? Hang on.
Southampton, isn't it?
Southampton, yeah.
Yes, Southampton, yeah. Yes, it is indeed.
This one is just so easy.
I know you're going to say.
I'm not going to go with him because it is so easy, so I'm going to go a different way.
If you go for the one I'm thinking of, then you're fucking with, honestly. Who's your one first, Lucas?
No, Charlie, go first.
Southampton.
Oh, don't say it, Charlie.
Southampton.
Don't say it.
The vibes are telling me he is a midfielder.
The person I'm looking at right now is listed as a midfielder on Wikipedia. I'll say that much.
The vibes are strong with Joe Aribo.
Bro, it's Joe Aribo, isn't
it? Is it really?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro. I like him, bro. I like him. Good story.
I love a Nigerian. I do. I really do.
I like him. Come up from non-league, brief trip into Scotland. He's decent. Plays for Nigeria.
Seriously.
Well, let's go.
JJ Okocha, my favorite Premier League player of all time. I fucking love that guy.
Who's your pick, Lucas?
It's between two.
Don't say it, please.
I have faith that you're going to go the opposite side. I'm going with Valentino Livramento.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going for Kyle Walker-Peters.
Actually, Lucas, do you know what? Livramento was my choice in Chichi's, one from each team in Southampton.
Oh, nice. That's a great shot.
Yeah. Which leaves me buggered because they were my two choices as well, boys. Thanks for that. I'm probably going to have to go then with the obvious of Theo Walcott. No, I'm not really. I'm joking. James Ward-Prowse, it has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it has to be James Ward-Prowse. He's the only other
two or 3 years ago.
I would probably go with Che Adams, but that's very...
Two or 3 years ago, I would have been crying out for Che Adams. I still think he's going to be a decent Premier League player, but you're really not going to achieve much of Southampton.
He needs a couple of years of Moyes behind him before he really could fit into our squad perfectly, I think.
So who is next?
Spurs.
Spurs, yeah.
Can we just skip that one?
No, we can't.
Son. My pick is Son.
All right,
Son
good shout. Brilliant shout.
More Son.
Okay, let's get this over and done with as quickly as possible. Go on, Joe.
Romero for me.
That'll do, lovely. Thank you. Lucas.
I am going to go with... Charlie Walsh's vibes are so pointing towards Ben Davies, but I'm going with the obvious pick for me. I'm going Ivan Perisic, Balkan boy. Love him.
Cool. You've already said Son, haven't you, Charlie?
Yeah, Son.
Yeah, it's got to be Lucas Moura for me then. It has to be Lucas Moura.
I can't unsee him in a fucking Spurs shirt. I can't. It infuriates me because I do actually like him, but I can't unsee him in that ugly lily white fucking kit.
Yeah. But for me, he's, other than Son, he's the only player I would pull out of there to bring to West Ham. Right, Wolves next, isn't it?
I know my player is straight away.
And I know yours as well. That's who I'm picking.
I've got a call coming in. Hang on a minute, guys. I've just got to take it. Carry on chatting for a minute, boys.
Who's your pick, Charlie?
It's a good question, James.
I thought you were going to say it's an interesting one.
It's an interesting one, James. Because there's a few
James,
boys.
James, is yours a midfielder?
Sort of, yeah.
I think he can be sort of a midfielder.
Sort of.
He's sort of a midfielder, if you want to class him as a midfielder. I'll tell you mine anyway.
He's Jose Sarr. I class him as a midfielder because I want to.
Yeah, I've described myself as a midfielder. Pedro Neto.
Oh, really?
Okay. All right.
I didn't think you were going to go there, but that's a good shout.
What are you saying, Lucas?
Nah, what are you saying?
What are you saying, fam?
I asked first.
I literally asked first.
Hold on. I'm gonna go with the vibes real quick. My vibes. Oh, dude, this is such a Charlie pick because his name is lovely.
Ruben Neves.
Chiquinho.
Oh, fuck off.
He's got a great name.
No, that's not for me. That's what I think Charlie is like kind of going towards, but I know it's not his pick. Yeah, my pick was going to be Ruben Neves.
Yeah.
My pick. This is the trolliest pick you can go with, yeah. And it's gone Carlo Guedes just because I don't get to see him. He's mine now. Goodbye. You had him for 6 hours. I hope you enjoyed it. He's mine now. Goodbye.
I don't even see him. Where is he?
He just signed today.
He's not even on the fucking bloody squad list.
Nah, actual pick. You got to back the boys. Wanky Chan.
Yeah.
He Chen Wang.
He Chen Wang. He was good.
You know, such a good Italian name, Patrick Cutrone. Love that name.
Who's the wing back? What's his fucking name? What's his name? Got Frenchy type name, Charlie. You know what I'm about. He comes from France. He's
Nori.
Oh no, yeah.
Oh, I Nori. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good player, must admit.
Oh, this is such a bad name. Luke Kundle. Not a good name.
What are you talking about? They've got Nathan Collins. It's hilarious. I love their team. They've got like Bruno Jordao, Pedro Neto.
Okay,
Ruben Neves,
This has to go down in the top 10 best names in the Premier League. Hugo Bueno. That is a great name.
You don't remember the Basel West Ham signing Danny. Danny.
Danny, our favorite son.
Portuguese player.
Lucas, what about the centre back?
Totti Gomez.
Just Totti.
I love a bit of Francisco.
Oh, the best named player, I don't care what anyone says, is Johnny Castro. Johnny Castro is an unreal name for a player.
That is.
I can't
My
get
man
over it.
plays saxophone in a smooth jazz band. Johnny Castro. And he
why does the jazz have to be smooth?
He wears like a fedora.
Chiquinho is such a good name too. And then we just got Brazilian Leo. Leo.
Who are the Slam players?
Bruno Jordaio.
That's the last one needs to be one West Ham player you think needs to leave. You can't pick Diop because he's technically going anyway, so you can't
I'll go first. Thomas Suchek.
Oh, that's madness. That's lunacy. I know Mitchell's not here to do it, and he would if he could, but that's madness.
Mitchell changed.
Oh my gosh. Nathan Trott has changed his nationality to Bermuda.
Oh, is he going back to? Is he Brisbane? Yeah, because he's from Bermuda originally.
Well, I know he was English, but I didn't know he was Bermudan or whatever they said.
We had a bunch of Bermudan players.
Is that the correct verbiage?
Bermudan.
Bermudans?
I'd go with a bit of Bermudan.
To be
sold.
Harrison Ashby.
I think it's better than last year, sorry.
I mean, if you're selling me, I had to sell one player this window, it would be Declan Rice. But
stop, Charlie.
If we're saying you had to release one player, so you don't get the money in that, or that's what I'm saying. Because my argument for Rice would be financial.
Darren Randolph.
What player would you miss? Who would miss if you was to leave?
I've tried to pick one that isn't easy because, like, Randolph is easy. You know what I mean?
I'm going to say Ben Johnson, isn't it?
See, the thing is, if we had another left back and another right back, I would agree with you. But he's too important right now to the squad, which is insane to say.
Lanzini.
Yeah, probably. That's probably the one. Yeah, it's probably Lanzini. Which I don't want that to be the case, but I think it probably is.
Mine, and you could say this is a bit of a cop-out, but I'm just going based off Twitter because everybody fucking is obsessed with him. Obsessed. Fucking obsessed. They think he's going to be he's going to be the fucking English Pepe. English Pele, English fucking Bergkamp, fucking hell. But I do like him, but there would be an outrage. Armstrong Okaflex.
Oh, that's a great shout. Imagine the anger. From a troll standpoint, just let him go on a free.
Oh, that's funny. But yeah, just because of Twitter, Armstrong Okaflex, there would be an absolute fucking meltdown.
He's not going to make it.
I wouldn't say a Grady Diangana meltdown, but like close. I'll be honest, I'm still not really over that. I know like it's kind of worked out in our favor, but like I don't know. I always thought that he was going to be like decent for us, but I guess 17.5 million pounds. Like, can you really say no to
that? Yeah, we could have. I would.
Because, oh my gosh, he did have such a solid end of the season, and then all preseason we were all so excited.
It was and Sebastian Haller's like, oh, this is the guy who's going to feed me.
He really that's the thing. Diangana, I thought he was going to feed that man crosses all day long.
Stress, bro. Stress, and then we were like, no, 17 million.
Even though we had to watch that shit show yesterday, I'm so excited for Sunday. so excited.
Right, bro. It's gonna be good. Listen, yeah. It's not that deep. It was Manchester City. It is what it is.
My only thing is we haven't talked about this yet. But like we just looked so shit, and I don't think it was because City were that good. I thought City was like I don't think they were as good as we've seen them before. You know what I mean? I thought they were okay. So like, out of 10 being like the greatest football team ever alive in how they play, I would say City is most of the time like an 8.5 or 9. I thought on Sunday they were about an 8, which theoretically is below standard for them in the way I view them. And I think if I still think like our closing down was like so lazy and poor. I think if we just closed down harder, we could have maybe nicked a goal. And obviously if that one penalty didn't happen, I really think we could have had a 1-1 on our hands. But, you know, fuck it. We move.
It's a shame that they didn't really have to get out of second gear.
Yeah, and like don't get me wrong, I thought City were good, but they weren't like anywhere near the best of what I've seen from them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, and not saying that they couldn't have gone up another gear, but I have a feeling that, like, you know, it is the first match of the season. Like, I don't think City were necessarily up for it. I just thought we were that bad. Like, did you like out of 10, how well do you think we played, Charlie? I'll go first. I thought we were like a it's tough. I'm trying to decide between like a 5 or 6.
I would have probably said like on average across the board, probably like a 5.
See, like, but for me, 6. I guess I'm doing it like on player ratings, like, because for me, 6 is average, 5 is below average. But
I think we were lacking, but like attacking wise, we were barely existent most of the game. Defensively, we were pretty all right with some frailties. We just didn't really.
Yeah.
There wasn't any je ne sais quoi type, you know.
And I don't know about you, but I think Ben Johnson kind of proved my not my theory, but like my what do I call it? Maybe my evaluation that I think he would be a very decent like center half and a back 3. But I mean, shit, he looked pretty solid yesterday.
I was shocked. I was really terrified it was going to be the worst thing in the world.
Because like Ben Johnson, I tell this to everyone that like I talk Ben Johnson with, like he's done the hard part as a young defensive player. He's done the hard part. He's a good defender. 95% of the time, one of the problems with young defenders is that they're not great defenders. They have something else to their game that kind of like jumps out to people that isn't their defending. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because he's an all right defender. He's pretty good. And then
for his age, though, he's good.
Yeah,
he's
I would.
Really
yeah,
good.
That's a fair point. Yeah. No, I think you make a fair point. And that's why you can't really get rid of him. He's too important. There's too many. He's like, too integral to the whole
I'll be
thing.
honest with you. Ben Johnson, he's 22 years old. I definitely think he is the best. Not the best, but arguably top 3, definitely top 5 best U23 defender in the Premier League.
I'll have to deep it a bit more, but he's definitely, for his age group, he's definitely better defensively than
he's better in defense than Trent. For sure.
Yeah. Trent doesn't need to be a defender, does he, really?
Oh, look who has joined the fray. It's Babushka. Lucas,
Yes.
they didn't have to be the best against us. It was like a training session for them. Ooh! Love you, Babushka. But yeah, that's how I feel about Ben Johnson. But like I said, after yesterday, I think he has proven my point that I think he'd be very solid in a back three because, so like with Ben Johnson, right? Like I said, he's done the hard part, in my opinion, as a young defender. He's already like a 7 out of 10 defender to me. He's very solid. And he may not be good at getting forward, but and I still don't necessarily think he's like the most poised like guy, but I think his ball retention is like pretty solid, like his first touch, receiving the ball, and his passing yesterday was actually very good as well. And I can't help but imagine him just spraying the ball in a back three. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's like he's the not the perfect size or height, but like he's just about there that I think like the height is there.
Is it like Italian teams, right? Really like a sort of utility defender. Someone who can sort of play all of the positions in
Ben
defense.
Johnson's only 5'7". There's no shot. No way he's 5'7".
Yeah, he's not huge, but he's relatively like chunky. Do you know what I mean? He's got heft to him.
He's 5'9".
Yeah.
I thought he was like 5'10", 5'11". Okay, never mind. Then I'm wrong. If he's a bit short, but I mean, you know, if Cucurella can do it, why can't Ben Johnson?
I mean, probably because he's better than him, but you're not.
Well, but I'm saying like height wise.
That's fair. You're fair. You're fair.
Mark Cucurella is 5'8" as well, or he is 5'8". Why not? But yeah, I liked what I saw from Ben Johnson yesterday, and that gives me hope that he may be able to develop as a. And you know what? And in my opinion, I've always said that I think. Sorry for that squeak. That's my chair.
Man, chairs just.
Was it loud?
Bro, squeaking of a storm.
Yeah, but was it like loud?
It was like like that.
Okay.
You know?
But I was saying, even Ben Johnson is like a central defensive midfielder, just like literally sitting in front of the four, in front of a back four. I think he'd be all right, but no, I can't even remember. Oh, Budgie, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
So
Hello,
we got to West Ham, and we decided to go with a player you would release.
Okay.
James said, who did he say? Charlie.
No, I think we both went with Lanzini.
Yeah, they went with Lanzini. I went with. You could say it's a bit of an easy one or a cop out, but because of Twitter and how everybody rates him and praises him, I said Armstrong Okaflex. Like, I would not be that bothered, but I know Twitter would absolutely blow up. So
we said release because I would have said sell Declan Rice for the monetary reasons, but if we take that out of it,
Charlie just doesn't like Declan Rice.
Okay, so I've got to pick somebody that I would take out of the squad and sell, yeah, or release.
Sell, release, or you could do both,
or retire.
Yeah,
sure.
They've just had enough of the game.
You can kind of get where I'm going here, I think. I think it would have to be Ogbonna. I'm sorry, but it would have to be Ogbonna.
Oh, that's a dagger to me. That's a
it
dagger
is,
in my
but
heart.
it's a smart shout. It's a smart shout. He's not even playing. He's barely playing under 23 football right now.
I would die for Angelo Ogbonna.
At his best, I agree. I mean, look, what would be better than at their best, in their prime, Ogbonna at the back with Zuma. Czech Coyote in front of him with Declan Rice.
Last season was just so good watching Zuma and Ogbonna. They were fucking mustard.
Yeah,
they were. But I think you'll find that not only has Ogbonna lost maybe just over a tad a yard of pace, but he's also lost his match fitness and sharpness. That comes with playing in games. And I get that he's playing the under 23/21 stuff, and he's had a few run-outs, but there's nothing like being match fit in the Premiership, is it? Let's be fair. And I think Ogbonna is probably going to be the man that suffers at the end of the day anyway, because, you know, his age, everything else, you know, it's all going against him for me.
I love
him as I do.
I fear you might be correct.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not a choice I would love to make. You know, it's not. I think it's one that I would be forced to make.
Just admit it. You hate him. Admit it.
No. I would bear his children, Lucas, if I could. But I.
For fuck's sake, I let John Lucas Scamacca take my wife and kids. I literally tweeted, please.
Happily, probably.
I literally tweeted him, John Luca, please court my wife.
But
and take the kids while you're at it.
You know, for me, I mean, the reason I could have gone for two, and they're both really a little bit of a cop out, I suppose. The other one being Craig Dawson because of his age. But you know, Craig Dawson isn't getting injured as often. He's not underperforming very often.
I'm sad. I'm sad.
Craig Dawson's place is assured for me, really, to be fair. Sorry, mate, what was that?
I said I'm sad about Craig Dawson. I think we're going to have to enjoy our final year with him, because I think he's going to be heading back up north to his family after this season, or maybe in January.
Yeah. Depends on how this injury of his goes as well, I suppose.
Yeah, there's been X obviously does all his updates and stuff, and it's probably I think it's been mentioned almost like a handful of times now throughout the summer until now that he's looking to go back up north, but it's never been like clarified if he's like eager to go back, or like this end of the season thing, or January, yada yada yada. But fuck, I'm gonna miss that lad.
But then also, you know, it's common knowledge that, you know, Lanzini wants to return to River Plate to finish his playing career. You know, there's never been any suggestion of a
and he's a free agent after this season.
Lanzini.
Yeah, his contract ends this summer.
Yeah, so therefore he's probably going to play out his contract.
And I'm going to cry.
A year option on it? Have the club got a year option on his contract or not?
I can check that for you.
That would be cool, because
Harley,
if we have, I would love us to
I don't know. I am going to have to dip in a second though.
I'm going to probably end the stream in a minute, because we've been going 4 hours.
There is a 2-year option, Budge.
A 2-year option?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, you know, I would be inclined, if I was the club, to, you know, offer that extension to him, because I don't think he's finished yet. And although he didn't have the greatest of tail ends of the season, I still think there's an awful lot more in Lanzini. And like I've said, and I openly admit that I believe up until I've seen our new acquisitions over a period of time. But I actually believe that in our first team, or anybody that's eligible for first team selection in David Moyes' book, I think that Lanzini is probably the most technically gifted player we've got right now. You know, he's capable of so much with his feet. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, that goal, was it Palace? Was it Palace we were playing?
Yeah. Alice. Who the fuck are Palace?
Oh, when he flicked the ball up with his right foot and then hit it with his left. And there was a couple of touches before that going across the ball. Oh, it was just pure poetry in motion for me.
And then still one of my favorite goals, and it's I only like it because it was fucking Chelsea, but when we were playing Chelsea, we got the penalty, and Rhys James was talking shit, trying to get in his head, and then he just banged the penalty, and then Lanzini ran right back up to him. Showed him the two fingers.
Yeah. You see, Lanzini's got a lot of passion, so and he loves to play for the shirt, and for the fans. So I would love to take up that option. I would love us to take that option up. On that note, we have reached West Ham, I suppose, and I would just like to add that I missed selecting a Wolves player.
Oh yeah.
Are you still with us, by the way, James?
I think he might have passed out.
He might have nodded off.
Okay. Right, yeah. So my selection from Wolves.
Charlie said. Charlie, who'd you say?
I can't remember. Who did I say?
James said Neto. I said Ruben Neves. And Charlie said... Oh, Charlie, you said He Chang Wang, right?
Oh, yeah, Wang He Chang. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Wang He Chan. Yeah. Okay.
That all Goncalo Guedes just because they signed him today, and I thought it would be quite funny if they only had him for a day.
And Budgie, brilliant, top 10 name in the Premier League, Hugo Bueno.
Oh yeah, mind you though, Willy Bolly is quite amusing, isn't it?
Willy Bolly, yeah,
it's quite an amusing name.
We could get a centre back partnership with Willy Bolly and
Hugo Bueno. He sounds like a chocolate bar with like.
Wow.
A white
we need to trademark and patent that immediately.
Yeah. Well, there is actually one called a Bueno.
Kinder Bueno.
Kinder Bueno. That's
on a hot summer day, have yourself a Hugo Bueno.
Yes. That may be the answer instead of Baby Bells, Charlie.
Yeah, it's good, man.
Oh, trust me, if I could somehow convince the chat to move over to Kinder Buenos, I'd be a very happy man.
Yeah, I think we should, especially for European games.
What's the name? They're
very European, aren't they?
What's the name of what you just said you wish you had, Charlie?
A Kinder Bueno.
Kinder Bueno.
Made by the Kinder Egg people.
Hey, you could get them and start calling them Kippy Kinders.
Oh, I'll take that.
I need a Kippy Kinder, baby.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to go with Jimenez.
Fair. Oh, that pains me.
He's very.
I think yeah,
completely
he is.
And
I also like that Daniel Podence as well.
He's decent.
He's got some.
Yeah.
He's got some. He's got some legs on him.
I was talking about the rivalry between USA and Mexico, and Usain Jimenez just brought up a point to me where I ain't gonna lie to you. I fucking hated Chicharito. Absolutely could not stand him. I hated him. Oh, he made
Bet
me
you celebrated every goal he put in, though.
He made me sick when I looked at him. And then he came to West Ham. I was so conflicted, but fuck me. What a man. What a man. And now he's just banging them for fucking fun in MLS.
Yeah, and I bet he still hasn't scored from outside the box.
Hell no.
He hasn't, though, has he?
He might have once in the MLS, but I know we're about to wrap up. I just still cannot understand why the fuck Gareth Bale is playing in the MLS right now.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's an idiot, and he could have come to us and had a decent career.
I thought he was going to go to Cardiff.
Did you?
Yeah, that was like.
Yeah. That would have probably been justification for him to retire.
It was between LAFC and Cardiff, and a lot of people thought everything was pointing to him going to Cardiff, which still a bit of I wouldn't call it a cop out, but like a lazy move, I would say, because I mean,
yeah,
let's be honest, Gareth Bale should be playing in one of the big 5 leagues for sure.
Yeah,
he's a bit broken.
Who's the Oh no, it's Miami, isn't it? I was going to say, I thought that was Beckham's team that he'd gone to.
Miami FC.
Yeah, it's Miami. All right, well, look, I am absolutely now busting to go and use the loo because I've drunk the best part of a litre of pineapple juice. And time is getting on. It's like 5:30 in the morning. I haven't had any sleep in probably 36 hours. So
I've got bloody work to finish before I get to go to bed.
Oh, yeah, I've got some editing to do.
I'll be real, Charlie. What's
I'm going to be going to bed and doing the editing later.
Fair point.
Right, guys, I am going to wrap things up. Thank you for everybody that did appear in the chat. I think we had 19 at one point, which was really nice. Have you seen how many views that show's had?
I did.
Yeah, I saw you posted
wow.
it in the group chat.
Yeah. What was it, 590 something, wasn't it? Something like that.
More
brilliant.
than that.
Oh, yeah, no, 900 and something, wasn't it?
It's almost at 1,000.
900. Yeah. It was, there we go. 925. So, yeah, that's brilliant. And Peach would have loved that. Right, guys, we are on random, so we're going to have a little random ending. We'll talk to you boys in the green room if you want afterwards. I will need to go to the loo. So, guys, I'm just going to play just a little quick video.
Love you all.
Bye.
Love everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Talk to you soon, guys.
We are fucking massive.